watch. How about that? How modern is that? How cool? How digital? How hip? Yeah, you can go on YouTube and watch us that way. And a lot of people seem to be doing that recently, which is really cool. Gosh, where do we want to go today? Lots to do. Lots to do today. You know what I kind of miss? The Seahawks. Can we get the Seahawks back? Like, I kind of miss them. Well, let's get them back here. I would like to have a return to watching the Seahawks play football. And we still have another, 3-4 days before that's going to happen? Today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. Then we have to wait all the way through all the games on Sunday. I know it's cool to be the primetime game on Sunday night, but I feel like I haven't seen this team in forever. And you know what? I miss them. Maybe a little absence makes the heart grow fonder. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Whatever it is, I kind of miss the Seahawks. I want to watch them again. They're kind of a fun team. I forgot that, got totally caught up in the Mariners' run here to the ALCS, Game 7, obviously, and for good reason. It was, a gigantic sports story of the year so far here in Seattle. I don't think anything else comes close. But, as we're focused on that, not that we totally ignored the Seahawks. We didn't. We still kind of covered everything that was going on and talked through it. But, man, I really enjoying watching this team. I don't think they're going to lose any momentum or anything from the break. And, in fact, they're going to get a couple guys back. We're going to see Devin Witherspoon return. I think we're going to see Derek Hall at some point, I hope this week. A couple guys come off IR. Not such great news on Julian Love, and we'll get to all that in Need to Know here in a few minutes. But, overall, I'm just kind of excited to get this team back on the field and see what they're capable of doing in the second half of their season. They're not quite there, formally, but after the bye. Right, they've played 8. They've got 9 games to go. Sorry, they've played 7. They've got 10 games to go. Let me see if I can get that right. They've played 7. They got 10 games to go. And I look at them and say, the record they have feels about right. They could have won each of the 2 games that they lost. They probably could have lost one of the games that they won. But, they're about a 5-2 team. That feels right for what I've watched. Assuming they can do that again, that gets them to 10-4. And then you got 3 games to play. So get to 10-4. You get to 10-4, we're going to be having a really, really interesting conversation about this team and what they're capable of. And do you win the division? Is the number 1 seed going to be in play, right? Getting the first round bye, because only one team gets that these days. So, games at home, and do those even mean anything with the kind of way this team is played on the road versus at home? Yeah, I think you get to 10-4 and you start looking at those last 3 games of the season, and you're having a great conversation about where the Seahawks are at. But at the end of the day, honestly, I'm just kind of looking forward to watching them again. I think they're fun. I think Sam Darnold has been a lot more fun than I thought he was going to be. Didn't expect it. Didn't expect him to be as fun to watch as he's been. All of the play action and the ability to throw on the run, that's been super fun. I didn't expect their weaponry to be good enough on offense. And it has been. Partly because JSN has taken an enormous step forward, just a star turn, a Cal Raleigh-like move for him this year. And then Cooper Kupp has been good enough. The tight ends have been good enough. The running backs have been good enough. Still kind of waiting for somebody else to emerge, and maybe that will happen. But the fact that Darnold and JSN have done what they've done has really been enough, especially combined with 4 of the 5 guys on the offensive line playing somewhere between good enough and very well. We'll get back to Anthony Bradford here at some point. But, okay, that's enough offensively. And really what we always said was just have that great defense that build on the thing that is your design. Your philosophy is to start off with a great defense, and then everything else should just complement that. And this defense is bordering on great, if it's not already there. Their defensive line is great. They're playing great football, including the edge guys, like that front, whether you want to call it 3, 4, 5, 6 guys. Those guys have been awesome. Led by Leonard Williams, psyched about Jaron Reed. Right, obviously Byron Murphy coming on in year 2 and looking like the player that they'd hoped he would be. Like, that's the team that we were talking about. Linebackers have been good. I mean, love what you get from Jones, and then it doesn't seem, whether it's been Tyrese Knight or, Drake Thomas, who's really taken his spot. Linebackers have been fine. And then I am convinced that by this time next year, I'm going to be completely, madly, deeply in love with Nicky Manwari. Right now, I'm just kind of giving him the eye across the room, like, oh, I'm pretty intrigued by what Nicky Manwari has. Like, I've enjoyed him so far. But I have a feeling like when he gets healthy for a full season and he gets all the experience he needs, that I'm going to be like totally head over heels in love with Nicky Manwari and what he can do. So, yeah, there's a tremendous amount of just excitement for me anyway to see this team play again. And so then I'll come back to what do you do next? I asked Joel Klatt about this yesterday, and Brock and I have debated a little bit, and Joel and Brock are on the same page. I don't know that I am. I think I could disagree with this, but let me play you a little bit of what Joel said. I was asking him, essentially, do you look to build up your weakness and fix the problem? Essentially, do you find another right guard? Or do you look to get even better off the edge or somewhere on the defensive side of the ball where you're already very good?
I mean, in a perfect world, you'd love to do both. But if you can only do one, I think that you need to raise the level of your weaknesses. Because in this sport, it's all about matchups. It's all about weaknesses once you get into the playoffs. That's all teams are going to attack is your weaknesses. So if you can go from average to good somewhere or weak to average somewhere, I think that you've increased the viability of your team in the playoffs more so than just taking a strength and making it stronger.
So let me give you the specifics.
That would be my philosophical answer.
Okay, so I started to get into the specifics with him, but I don't know whether I totally agree with that. I don't know whether you're getting more, like if you're getting better value out of fixing the guard position. I don't think that it's marginal. And here's why. While I get what Joel's saying, and there's a lot of truth to it, right? You can only go up so much, right? Marginally better on the defense versus how far you have to go on offense. The fix you're likely to get at guard is probably not going to be a game changer. You're not going to go from, let's call it a 1 out of 10 at guard to a 10 out of 10. You might go from a 1 to a 4, 1 to a 5. Okay, fine. So, like, there will be some increase, and it might be higher than going from an 8 to a 10 or a 6 to an 8 or something like that at the edge. But the value of an edge player being great is so much higher than the value of a guard being okay.
Yeah, but if you can raise the guard level even slightly, it could be the thing that gets your run game clicking that you've been looking for.
Absolutely.
And
yep.
I worry that instead of adding to your strength, you could be messing with a good thing.
I hear that. I understand it. Totally get what you're saying. I mean, like, part of what's working for them right now. The thing is, if you suffer an injury or something happens to you on defense, I feel like you may be, you plummet. You go from being the team that you want to be. We saw what they look like without DeMarcus Lawrence for a week. Like, I want them to.
You could add depth without being like, we need Trey Hendrickson, which to me could actually mess with the chemistry of what they have going on.
Maybe it could. I guess it's a totally fair argument, Maura. You're right. That's a good argument. I don't really have a comeback for that, other than to me it would be worth the risk to try to get a Max Crosby or somebody like that who is just such a good player that it would be worth that risk to have, like, the kind of shutdown, unbelievable defense we've seen win championships here in Seattle. So, no, you're right. It's a great point. And the nice thing here is I don't know that there's a wrong answer. It's not like I think helping out your guard situation is a bad thing. It'd be a great thing.
Well,
of course
it's not like I'd be mad if they got Max Crosby.
Exactly right. So this is all sort of
some concerns on each side.
Totally agree. Great way to look at it. So anyway, that's where we're at. I'm excited to see this team play, and we got to wait another couple days and then a few more hours in order for that to happen. Okay, let me come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. If you liked that cut from Klatt, you can hear the rest of the interview coming up here in about 20 minutes. And I'll complain about the Dodgers next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
inside the VMAC every week, Thursdays noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. It's going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle, every Thursday at noon, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
At Bible Law Group, we know how important voting is. That's why we're partnering with Seattle's own rock star Aaron Jones to rock the vote Thursday, October 30th at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Vote and enjoy delicious smash burgers with Aaron and local bands by getting your ticket at bit.ly/BibleRock. If you've misplaced your ballot, don't panic. In Washington, you can still print a provisional ballot online and drop it in any official ballot box by November 4th. When prayer just ain't cutting it for your legal needs, we suggest two things: vote and call Bible Law Group.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Veterans Day is a moment where we express gratitude towards the folks who have served on our behalf, our veterans. And Navy Federal Credit Union celebrates veterans of all branches and their families on Veterans Day and every day of the year. They serve over 2 million veterans, and as a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. Become a member at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes!
Yes!
Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details. At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, I am going to complain about the Dodgers. Another ugly night for them as they found a whole host of ways to just, give up runs. Started with a couple of solo shots. Give Davis Schneider some credits.
Here he comes after going game 5 with a fastball that's hit in the air to deep left field. Call to the track. It's on the first pitch of game 5. Davis Schneider into George Springer's shoes and doing a great impression.
Unbelievable, right? Then Vlad had one as well. Dumb question. Is there any chance Craig Carton was right? Is there any chance the Blue Jays are on something and able to kind of have a sense as to what's coming? What they've done to a few of these pitchers is very, very impressive. But then the Dodgers also just handed them 3 runs. A single to right, the Teo played into a triple, and that guy scored, of course. Then it was 3 wild pitches to move Addison Barger all the way around the bases and score. A 4th wild pitch an inning later gifted the Jays another run, kept them out of what would have been an easy double play. I don't know, just ugly baseball, all while flailing wildly at Trey Yesavage's splitter. He was very, very good yesterday. So you add it all up. Blue Jays heading home with two chances to win their first World Series in more than 30 years. Pretty impressive. They do get the day off to travel, and then Game 6 will be tomorrow. Dodgers going to pin their hopes on Yamamoto. He's been unbelievable in the postseason. They need him to pitch him into a Game 7. I do hope they win tomorrow, mostly just because how cool is a Game 7 on Halloween night? Like, that's kind of awesome. Friday night, Game 7, Halloween, interrupted every 10 minutes by trick-or-treaters. How perfect does that sound?
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, let's see. Good news, bad news, everything in between on the first Seahawks injury report in nearly 2 weeks. Let's start with some of the good. Here's Mike McDonald.
Spoon and D. Hall will practice today, and Derek Young will not practice today.
What's wrong with Derek?
He's got a hip.
He's got a hip. All right. Well, I started with good news anyway, and then he immediately got into some of the bad news. But Spoon back in practice, full go. That's really good news. Robbie Utes, Christian Haynes also both out there yesterday. Little concerning to see Sam Darnold pop up on that injury report with a chest injury, but at least he was a full go. The biggest concern is going to be this one.
Did want to give you one update on the injury front. Really, the only thing that's new is Julian Love had a bit of a setback with his hamstring last week, so he won't practice today, and game status right now is, say, in jeopardy. So we'll work through that the rest of the week and moving forward.
Yeah, game status again, setback. Those are not words I want to hear. I did see IR thrown about yesterday as a possibility for Witherspoon. That would obviously be a huge bummer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, for Love.
Did
I say Witherspoon? I meant for Love. Sorry. That's a huge bummer, right? Now, good news, as I said earlier, is that you're just getting really tremendous play out of Nick Eamon-Wari, and with Witherspoon coming back, you can go back to maybe what you originally thought about with Spoon as a nickel when you bring a nickel package in, and Eamon Warry playing a little bit more of that safety role. But Mike McDonald likes the versatility.
It's exciting that you have those two players that can play that position, which is awesome. And we gotta make sure we put a tight enough plan where we can take advantage of both skill sets. So really, that's kind of our burden to bear as coaches to make sure that it's clean and clear so the guys can go play the way they can play. But everybody, how we feel about Spoon. The guy's a tremendous player, and Nick is beginning of a great career. He's off to a great start.
All right, in Washington, star wideout Terry McLaurin has already been ruled out of the game with a quad injury. It sounds like Jaden Daniels is going to practice all week, which I guess is a likely indicator that he is going to play and start on Sunday.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We won't hear about the MVP award until November 7th, but in the meantime, Cal Raleigh has been named the overall player of the year and AL outstanding player by his peers in the Players' Choice Awards. He did accept the award on video.
It's been a very emotional season. I've been blessed enough to have great teammates, great coaches, great support staff, and then obviously great family and friends as well. And getting to share that with them has been extra special this year. Clinching, winning the division, the All-Star game, and the home run derby with my family, and just all the highs and lows that guys go through throughout the year. So it's been a crazy, quirky year, but lots of fun. I want to thank all the voters and all the players out there. Appreciate you guys. It's something I never thought would ever happen, and truly an honor to get recognized like that. And there's a lot of players that this could have went to, a lot of great players out there, so thank you very much.
It's quite the music system they've got going on behind them. It's almost a little Halloween-like. And yes, by the way, I screwed up the Halloween dates. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about dates. Game 6 will be on Halloween. I messed it up. I'm sorry. All of Cal's peers were super excited and said great things about him. Here's Tarek Skubal.
I've got the utmost respect for guys that not only take the toll of having to manage 13 pitchers on every team, and what he's been able to do at the dish from both sides of the plate, too, is really impressive.
Let's try Kyle Schwarber. What did he think?
There's tons of guys who have had great seasons, but the body of work there for 60 homers, all those games caught, all the runs driven in, it's very impressive.
Yeah, and he knows as a guy who's at least come up as a catcher, doesn't play there really anymore. So there you go. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, November 7th. The NL Awards come out on the 6th, and I believe the AL Awards come out November 7th. So a little over a week from now, we'll know what's going on with Cal and whether or not he ends up winning. Give Salk a calendar. He's a day off. I know. All right. I'm sorry. Game 6 is tomorrow. I screwed it up. I'm sorry. In my mind, I don't know. I was doing it last night. Don't worry about it. Just let's not pick on the details, okay? Let's not.
It makes the people's day when you're wrong.
It sure seems to. Yeah, we get more texts when I'm wrong about something than anything else. Why don't you text me when I get it right, like tomorrow's Halloween? Where are the texts? Nice job, Salk. Way to read a calendar. Tomorrow is Halloween. Thank you. See, we could be kind to each other. We don't have to just pick on me when I screw up the dates, right? All right, let's hear from Joel Klatt, who likes to pick on me for various reasons, and we got into it a little bit yesterday. But he also gave some pretty great insight, both about the Huskies, about baseball, and about the Seahawks as well. So stick around. You'll hear it all next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Eamon is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, regardless of my inability to get dates right, I do know where to go for a great weekend, whether you're watching sports, taking in a great meal, maybe doing all of that together. Maybe you want to check out the expanded non-smoking gaming floor. Maybe you want to stay over the night. You can do it all at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And the new hotel really is incredible. Book now for an unforgettable experience. New 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center. That thing is beautiful. The spa, yeah, go relax. Go to snocasino.com for more. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Looking for a high school that nurtures both the mind and spirit? Archbishop Murphy High School is where academic excellence meets faith-based education. With a 100% graduation rate and a college prep program designed to challenge and inspire, our students are prepared for whatever the future holds. But it's more than just academics. Archbishop Murphy's robust athletics, arts, and co-curricular activities ensure that every student finds their passion and thrives. Archbishop Murphy High School believes in educating the whole person. That's why we offer a vibrant campus life where students grow not only academically, but also spiritually, socially, and physically. Don't just take our word for it. See it for yourself. Schedule a visit and discover how Archbishop Murphy High School can help your students succeed. Visit am-hs.org. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy proudly supports Archbishop Murphy High School, where your story begins. am-hs.org.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Joel Klatt going to be with us here in just a moment or two, Brock. I have this short story for you, but I don't know if we have enough time to.
Oh, sure you do.
If
he jumps on while you're finishing the story,
we'll just make him wait.
I'm sure he'll add to it.
Okay. All right. Well, Joel Klatt going to be with us here in a moment. Maybe Moore will give me the high sign if and when he signs on there on video. Oh, he's already there. Well then, we're getting. Well, all right. Okay, we'll get him set here, but I won't tell you the story yet, but this one
is it football adjacent?
No, it's not. This is a youth sports
Was it Jim
deal.
Mora's press conference that you listened to yesterday, the 2-minute press conference?
The what?
Jim Mora Jr.
He had a press conference yesterday?
Yeah, he's at UConn, Salk. He's
still
the Huskies.
coaching?
Tough overtime loss. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he gave a couple. That's really good.
Not a friend of mine.
That's so feisty.
He is feisty. Joel Klatt's with us right now. Good morning, Joel. How are you? Speaking of feisty, Joel's pretty feisty. What's up, man?
Oh, yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys today?
You know what? We're great. We're having
good.
Yeah, we're great. We're having fun. The Seahawks are good. The I love the baseball off season. There's a lot of fun stuff. And then there's this gambling story, which is we were just talking about it. I'd be kind of curious your view on all of this. What do you think is causing this? Where is this going to end up going?
There's going to have to be some regulation, from the leagues on what is expected of their players. And I also believe allowing the amount of prop bets is just inviting this, first pitch strike of the inning type of deal. That guy, the Cleveland guy is under investigation for that because he bounces every first pitch. And there's, people tied to his family overseas that are wagering large amounts of money on the prop bet. Will he throw a strike on the first pitch of the inning? And it's he continues to throw it 27 feet. So I think that the prop bets are a problem because they're too easy to, over-unders for random guys. Maybe unders shouldn't be allowed to be bet on individuals, and just overs, something along those lines. I'm not totally sure. But it's crazy. And I do think I think that a few guys got in too deep with the wrong people. It's like the classic movie. And then they're used as leverage to gain an advantage in different gambling schemes, and they're drawing in people. And it pains my heart because Chauncey is a childhood hero. Growing up in Denver, Chauncey was the man. I remember my dad taking me to watch Chauncey when he was playing basketball at George Washington High School because he was such a legend already. Goes to Colorado, leads them to the Sweet 16. Obviously came back to Denver and had a great run after winning a title in Detroit. So that one pains my heart a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead, Brock. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, you bring up the guys getting in with the wrong people, and I'll just mention it again. I brought it up a half hour ago. The second story that came out about the $8 million lien on Terry Rozier's house, to me, that's in some ways almost as crucial information as the first story of what's going on, because it tells everybody's he made $160 million. Why does he need to gamble for more? I'm going to guess he didn't have $160 million, and I'm going to guess further that was because he was gambling too much himself, and this was the payoff at the end of it.
Anybody talking about their own money immediately divides it in half. Thank you, federal government. But we all just are oh, look at what he made over his lifetime. Well, I mean, that's obviously not the case. You make a couple of bad financial decisions, and maybe you're not in there, and maybe it has to do with wagering on this or that. But again, I think the most plausible explanation generally is the right explanation. And the most plausible explanation is that these guys were in debt to the wrong people and then had to essentially organize efforts and do things to try to make those debts whole that were nefarious. Like, that's the most plausible explanation in all of this.
So the great news, Klatt, last week is Valor Christian played on the road on a Thursday night. So that
how's our boy doing?
He's doing great. So that meant no Saturday film. That meant Friday film and a Saturday for me to sleep in, watch some Big Noon kickoff, slip into UCLA.
Watch UCLA get their doors blown off.
And speaking of over-unders, Salky and I, when Salk shared the Daniel Jeremiah thing about cultures with bigs that run and littles that hit, I wondered what the over-under would be of when I would hear that in the Indiana-UCLA game.
Oh, you knew it was coming out. I told you it was coming out.
And sure enough.
Listen, is it theft if you admit it? At that point, it's just a borrow.
Well, do you admit it publicly or privately?
I admitted it on your show. Is your show public? Does anyone listen to this?
No.
Do you have any ratings?
Absolutely not.
What do you mean? Was it public or private? I said it on your show.
That you would steal it. But generally, the credit needs to come in front of the
What else do you
national audience when you're actually doing the stealing.
No, I admitted I would not say that on the air nationally. Absolutely not.
Do you know
Absolutely
how hard
not. There was no trademark on that.
Do you know how hard I laughed out loud? Because I
butchered it. I was like, your bigs play big and your littles tackle.
Yes.
I didn't even say it right.
No,
which
you
maybe
didn't.
that's a tweak.
Yeah.
It's a tweak.
Right.
I tweaked the comment more than Vanilla Ice.
I was just about to say.
Tweaked under pressure.
Because theirs goes dun 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 dun, and mine actually goes dun 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 dun. Yeah,
dun,
you got
dun,
it.
Dun.
Yeah.
No. Like I tweaked it even more. Maybe I was just making it my own.
That's what I was wondering.
That was my own. That was mine.
That's really funny.
I didn't think Jeremiah's DJ
was driving.
that accurate. It's
Indiana
like Biggs run
tackles.
where? Biggs play powerful. Littles tackle. I made it better.
That's pretty funny. All right, so here's my question.
So good. I thought of you the whole time. I was like, I wonder if I should text DJ. And I knew, Brock, I knew 3 plays before it was coming out. I was like, oh yeah, I am absolutely, this is an absolute Scud missile that's coming in. It is inbound right now, baby. Fire button was 3 plays ago. And I was just like, all right, here we go. Watch how smart I am, America.
To be fair, DJ said yesterday he didn't really mind at all, so we're just stirring up controversy.
No, he doesn't mind.
No,
he doesn't mind. Only guys like you. If I took something of yours, you would be incensed.
What would you take from me?
Oh, how dare you?
You're not gonna
I wouldn't take anything
some
from you.
blink
You haven't said
scouting?
anything insightful yet on
some
these.
blink scouting.
Post hoc, Caro, Nocter Hawk.
Post hoc, non ergo propter hawk.
Yeah.
How about this? How about this, guys? Let's get into something that has nothing to do with anything. Can we stop the multiple intentional walks to the best players in the biggest moments in postseason baseball? It is so dumb. Can you imagine the Utah Jazz in 1998? You know, what was it? Sloan? Was it Sloan?
Yeah.
Jerry Sloan.
Yeah.
He's just like, hey, T. Hey, Jordan, you can't shoot it on this possession. No, pass it. Pass it to Kerr.
Isn't it the same as an intentional foul in those spots? Isn't it the same as Hack-a-Shack?
No, because at least that player gets to go and impact the game at the free throw line.
But
So
now
they still have a chance to impact the game.
And impact the game by being on base and stealing second.
No, that's.
I mean, I think there's some similarity. I agree with what you're saying.
I feel like my
some
cousin Vinny. I feel like my cousin Vinny right now. That is a really well thought out, articulated opposition to my point. Overruled.
Yeah, I don't know. That one doesn't bother me that much. You know what I would blame is Dave Roberts. Not
it's
that
like
much.
Baseball actively works against their stars. It's already a sport that's really hard to get your star in the proper position. We don't tell Curry he can't shoot. We don't tell Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes they can't have Mahomes have the 2-minute series. And then in baseball, we're like, hey, and then inevitably the next guy up is like, it was a September call-up and just pinch ran in the 8th.
For God's sakes.
It's Mookie in that, but then there's guys that are in the big positions. And the major note that Joe Davis gave, which was a great note, was like, boy, resurgence in his career after he bought himself a home pitching machine during COVID. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Isn't that, I guess I don't know. I'm going to keep disagreeing with you on this one a little bit because I like that baseball is different from the other sports. Much like you just said, I grant everything you just said. Baseball does sometimes work against its stars. You're absolutely right. It's very well said. It couldn't be more accurate. But I just think
there should be a limit. There should be a limit on the number of intentional walks. And here's the reason: the fact that we don't actually pitch the intentional walks doesn't force the pitcher and catcher to actually work. If you can't just stand up and an intentional walk or just send them to first, and you've got to actually pitch around them, if there's runners on, there's chance for a pass ball.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of things that are in baseball and a part of the fabric of baseball that you're removing, and I don't love that.
I would be with you if you said get rid of the like let him walk down to first. You actually have to put out your arm and throw it like you used to.
No, not even that. Like pitch around him.
But they would just
throw
waste
4 balls.
All right.
But a pitch count. But that's the thing. A pitch count is a part of the fabric of baseball.
True.
Getting to the next pitcher, getting to the reliever, getting that guy, and then we're just saying oh no, you can minimize your pitch count, and he doesn't get to see. I mean, it's
okay.
I don't know.
Enough. Can we talk some football? We're going to talk about something
football.
you know about. So let's talk some football.
Yes.
We're gonna. Sorry, I just threw that one right in there. That was not nice.
Read the bio. Read the bio.
Can Joel? Can one guard blow up an entire
Brock.
line?
Brock, do you remember that time that Salk was drafted out of high school to play minor league baseball?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty good too. Yeah.
Were you?
I mean, I was not bad. Hurt my hand. Wasn't able to keep playing. But if you want to go down that road, I mean, just insult the handicapped here. I mean, that's fine.
Hey, Joel. Salk wants to ask you about a guard.
I do.
Before we do that, can I be
Yeah.
just a little more wheelhouse because you saw the University of Washington up close and personal. UW has a bye this week. I believe they'll be favored at Wisconsin. I believe they'll be favored at home. I believe they'll be favored at home versus Purdue. I believe they'll be favored on the road, speaking of betting, at UCLA. And then they will welcome the Oregon Ducks to Montlake for the season finale. Will they be 9-2 welcoming Oregon to town?
Yes, I think they absolutely will. And let me tell you, they were drastically different this last week. I was actually talking to Jed yesterday. They were not healthy on the offensive line. They were basically missing 2 offensive linemen at Michigan, and Michigan took advantage of them. And they're a far different team. They don't quite have the depth in his second year to miss those guys and still play their best football. But when they're healthy up front, that's a different team. And it's a team that I've loved all the way since preseason. I remember coming on this show in the summertime and saying, hey, guys, watch out for Washington. This is a dark horse team in the Big Ten. Not many people were talking about them, and candidly, the national media, in particular the Southern media and the 4-letter, have not paid attention to them at all during the course of the season. This is a team that I fully expect to be welcoming Oregon. They will be 9-2, and a win puts them directly in this clump of teams that are going to be debated upon in the committee room for a college football playoff appearance. And Jed's done an incredible job over the last year and a half. And I'm a big believer in Washington. That's a good football team. And even the game against Michigan got away from them. DeMond threw a couple of poor passes. They had some protection issues late in that game. It's 7-7 in the third quarter. Yep. And they don't have, their best offensive line. So I like Washington a lot. I absolutely think that they're going to win these 3 games and get to a point where they're playing with real implications. By the way, at home, where Oregon never plays well in Husky Stadium.
Right.
They really don't.
I was going to ask you if they're a year away, and then as I was starting to formulate that thought, I wondered whether you can even say that in college football anymore because of so many drastic changes that would occur every single offseason.
Still hard. Yeah, I mean, look at the teams that brought a lot back and we expected a lot from. Clemson comes to mind. They had, I think it was 16 or 18 starters back with an experienced quarterback. They didn't do anything. And yet another team that brought a lot back on the offensive side, LSU, and then also built their defense in the transfer portal, that really hasn't worked out. They've fired their coach. Penn State had 16 starters back, experience all over. They fired their coach. They've lost 4 straight. It's harder than ever to predict the trajectory and year over year with these teams, but all things being considered, yeah, Washington is set up to be better next year than they were this year. Same with Michigan. Michigan's got a ton of freshmen out there. They're going to be good next year. But it's really difficult to say. One impactful transfer in the conference can change the entire power structure of any conference.
We started the conversation a little bit with gambling and just the unsustainable nature of some of this. What we're seeing in college football with this head coaching carousel, Joel, I have no
Oh my gosh.
Where's this going to go? I mean, who in the world are going to fill all of these roles and these jobs?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Brock, would you agree with me that LSU, Florida, and Penn State are all top 10 jobs in America?
Yes.
Okay. So you could make an argument that this year's cycle is already the best available jobs that we've had at one given time in years, maybe decades. And yet the talent pool is as thin as it's ever been.
Yep.
Ever been. And because of that, and because of the leverage that these guys have, Lane Kiffin's about to be the highest paid coach in college football just because, even though he hasn't won a championship, whether that's at Ole Miss or LSU, I think he's going to coach at one of those places. Franklin's going to get a huge deal somewhere. I think James Franklin probably fits at a place like Florida that needs stability, and say what you want about his record against top 10 opponents. Franklin gave them a lot of stability in every other sense at Penn State. And Dan Lanning's going to be making over $15 million a year because he's going to be looked at as a guy that maybe would move. And I don't know if he will or not. I would say it's 60-40, 65-35 that he would stay at Oregon because of the resources that they have. But the other staggering part about this cycle, and this is what blows my mind, is that you're probably going to get a move at Florida State. You're probably going to get a move at Auburn. And that's going to take the pool of dead money, buyout money, from what is already currently before November, $167 million in buyout money. And it's probably going to elevate that to close to $250 million. We're talking about $250 million for coaches not to coach in an era in which every athletic director will tell you around the country that their most needed commodity is financial resources. So when finances are being stretched to their thinnest point through revenue share and a host of other things, we're spending $250 million on coaches to not coach. It's staggering. Kiffin's going to get over a $100 million deal wherever he decides to coach next year. And I don't know what to do about it. Honestly, do you cap coaches' salaries? Do you create a coaches pool for every team? If we're going to have a pseudo cap with revenue share on players, that that percentage of revenue goes to players, shouldn't there be a percentage of revenue that you can hire your coaching staff from? So great, pay your head coach $15 million, but you can't pay your coordinator $4 or $3. And I don't know what the fix is on that, but Brock, you're exactly right. It's totally unsustainable.
Does that money, just quickly, and pardon my ignorance, if James Franklin goes somewhere else next year and gets $15 million a year, does that money come off of what he's owed currently from Penn State?
Yes, generally it does. Now there are. So
that would take away some of the $250 million, right?
Yes.
100%.
Okay.
Yes, 100%. And a lot of this is not paid out in a lump sum. There's like a little money paid up front, and then it's a line item moving forward, similar to like dead cap space in the NFL, where you're paying a guy, over years, and you're not just paying him in a lump sum. Now, there are some contracts that don't have offset. That's what you're talking about, is offset language moving forward.
Wow.
I don't want to out them specifically, but there are guys with non-offsets. But as soon as those get really large, James has offset, Brian Kelly has offset. So wherever they go, those schools will be off the hook for a big portion of that money.
I'm talking to Joel Klatt, as we do every Wednesday at this time. Let me ask you more of a philosophical question about football, and it's one that Brock and I were debating earlier with regards to the trade deadline in the NFL coming up 6 days from now. If you're a good, maybe very good team, 5-2, 6-2 kind of team with aspirations to go somewhere this year, are you looking
maybe tied with the Rams? Maybe.
For example,
hypothetically.
But this is philosophical. Are you looking to try to fill a flaw, try to fix a flaw, or are you looking to become even more dominant at a place where you're already doing very well?
Bolster a strength or fix a flaw?
That's a great question. I mean, in a perfect world, you'd love to do both, but if you can only do one, I think that you need to raise the level of your weaknesses. Because in this sport, it's all about matchups. It's all about weaknesses once you get in the playoffs. That's all teams are going to attack is your weaknesses. So if you can go from average to good somewhere or weak to average somewhere, I think that you've increased the viability of your team in the playoffs more so than just taking a strength and making it stronger.
So let me give you the specifics.
That would be my philosophical answer.
The specifics we were discussing, and it's not necessarily a one or the other, and maybe neither are possible. But if you're the Seahawks, do you look to fix right guard, which has been a problem, and DJ went through a whole thing with Anthony Bradford yesterday after he watched the film? Do you go look for a veteran right guard who you can just plug in and sort of fix that weakness? Or do you say, hey, let's go get Max Crosby or someone along those lines? We've talked about Trey Hendrickson in the past, somebody at that level, and put him on the outside and make this defense, which is top 5, whatever it is you want to call it, make it top 2, top 3, one of the very best out there, and get those third down sacks with another serious star-like player at a very important position.
So, I love this type of debate. It's a great question. Hopefully I get this right. I'm going all the way back. This is 25 years back to like economics class, but the benefit you get, from taking a weakness and making it better, I think is a bigger return on investment than taking a strength and making it marginally better. And so you improve your team more so by improving a weakness than you do by taking something, because you're looking for like a percentage point up there at the top end if you go and try to improve a strength. Now, can it become dominant? Maybe, and maybe you can say you're tipping the overall quality of your team. That's certainly an argument. I would suggest that the return on investment and the margin of improvement for your team is greater when you're improving your weaknesses because of the nature of the sport and specifically how teams attack. So I would go guard and say like, hey, if we become better at guard and we can run the football more, play more complementary football, we can protect our passer a little bit better, we're going to improve ourselves to a more substantial margin than just getting a Max Crosby.
Well, there you go. That was Joel Klatt yesterday, and I understand his argument there about just the marginal improvement you can make. I think that theory is also kind of balanced out by the idea that, there's a lot to suggest that unless you've got a truly fatal flaw, you are better off getting even better on your strengths and improving them even more rather than trying to get marginally better at the bottom of your roster. I don't know what the right move is for the Seahawks. I mean, again, you may be able to do both. Maybe there's a way to upgrade the guard position so that you're not just kind of, half-heartedly fixing a flaw, but actually like making it into a strength itself. If you could do that and make this offensive line a strength, believe me, I would be as happy as anybody. I would love to see this offensive line be more of a strength, especially in the run game, and I think that helps everybody, including the defense. But I'm not gonna back off the desire for a star on the edge. I mean, like if you've got an opportunity to get someone like that and upgrade the position, I just think it puts you into a different category of what your defense is ultimately capable of. All right. I'm a little concerned about something I heard yesterday from our good friend Shannon Dreyer. We're going to get back to that here in about, 25 minutes, 35 minutes, 7:30. I want to talk through this because I did not like the way Shannon was talking at all. So we'll do that coming up. Brock will jump in next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week, Thursdays noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle, every Thursday at noon, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Selling cars is a really easy business. It's complicated by really bad dealers. And why do we do that? Well, because we think that the less information we give and the more that we can dictate it on our terms, the more profitable we'll be. And what we found is that this is the exact opposite. The easier we make it, the more information we give, the more comfortable customers are in doing business with us. Now, that one transaction, we might make a little bit less on, but it's not the one. It's that one that leads to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. It's not the one individual. He's like, but you never get to the spouse, the parents, the kids, the friends, if you don't take care of them first.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailalarm.com today.
At Bible Law Group, we know how important voting is. That's why we're partnering with Seattle's own rock star Aaron Jones to rock the vote Thursday, October 30th at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. Vote and enjoy delicious smash burgers with Aaron and local bands by getting your ticket at bit.ly/Bible Rock. If you've misplaced your ballot, don't panic. In Washington, you can still print a provisional ballot online and drop it in any official ballot box by November 4th. When prayer just ain't cutting it for your legal needs, we suggest two things: vote and call Bible Law Group.
Hey, it's Brock Ewart here, and you got to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It could save you a lot of money and get your family better coverage. First Mark has saved my family thousands of dollars every year. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes! Staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just
Mike.
getting Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, as you know, Brock, whenever I'm right about something, I like to crow about it for as long as possible and let everybody know just how right I was.
You do?
Sometimes. But in this case, I am going to let someone else tell you the story so that I don't need to. Because, as we've said before, it's always a lot better to have somebody else say it than to say it yourself. Unfortunately, I'm the one sort of charged with reading it, but these are not my words. I'm just reading words that were written elsewhere. And it's nice when you nail it and you get it right. And the 206 recognizes that, saying, I'm listening to yesterday's show right now, and I just looked up the Saluki. Wow, dead on.
Yeah. It might be the greatest call you've ever had in almost 17 years on the show.
And I was telling Salk,
I mean, you've had some good calls, Salk. You've had some good calls. The Geno Smith, the DK Metcalf, the way back when, the John Carlson, the Lofa Tutupus. I mean, you've had some great calls.
Right.
But Mora is a Saluki, may be the greatest call
well,
you've
his
ever
original
made.
call that you guys should probably steer clear of, calling me a dog breed, was probably the best call. But if you were going to find one, I will say that this one is pretty long-limbed and, tall and gangly. And I told Salk that I'd never heard of that dog breed or seen one before. And then yesterday, I walked my dog on Alki Beach, and I saw one. This lady was just brushing its long hair on the beach.
Did Bruin go over and check it?
And did you say, what is the name of your beautiful dog? And she said, Mora.
Oh, my God.
This dog, we call this dog the Sound Hound. I don't know what you mean. Like, this dog is... Anyway, I'm just... Thank you, 206. It's nice to get things right every now and again, Brock. And if I've got to toot my own horn just a little bit, then I guess I will do so. We'll start here today. It's a question, not a take, just a question.
Yep.
Would the Mariners be in the World Series right now, today, if they had drafted Trey Yesavage instead of Jurrangelo Cijntje?
Same draft, right?
Same draft. He was available when the Mariners picked. He went a few spots later to Toronto.
Yep.
Would the Mariners be in the World Series right now if they had picked Trey Yesavage?
Just a quick story before I answer that question. So when Titus started throwing, it kind of reminds me of, remember Russ Simber in our office? Sure. Good old Russ and his son Adam Simber, who went on to have a remarkable career and play a lot of years in the big leagues. And I still remember when he got that call and sitting in the studio there just down the hall and shedding tears with him and Dory and hugs and oh my gosh. And Russ would tell you that he never taught Adam to throw underhand, 3/4, right? Submarine. That was just from the first time he picked up a baseball and the way he threw it. Last night I'm watching Yesavage, and I had heard our folks talk about it, and I heard Smoltz, and when the Mariners faced him, a couple times in the ALCS, I'd heard them talk about the highest release point, right? It was going up against Logan. Logan had like the furthest to the plate, and this kid had the highest release in baseball. And I actually took a picture last night and sent it to Titus's 12-year-old baseball coach. First time Titus pitches, the same thing. I'm like, why is his head towards his hip? Why is he throwing? Why is he throwing like this? And it was like, that's just the way he throws. And I found it so compelling last night that you don't teach somebody to throw that way. Right. You teach somebody to throw with their face towards the glove, getting everything towards the glove. That's pretty hard on your arm, and you would think on your body, and some of the injury risk long term to be able to do that. But at the same point, man, what that creates from a downhill and with that splitter in particular. So I would think that is some of the question is what is the long-term viability
Definitely
of a
part of the
delivery
question,
like that?
and I'll dig into that here in a second. And I do, your story reminds me, we've talked about this before, of what Jerry had told me years ago. I was sitting and watching some spring training game with him, and I think it was actually Josh Hader that we were watching, and he was talking about the difference between guys that have sort of the perfect mechanics
repeatable,
versus, right? And like you love those guys and you get very nervous about the guys who don't, and a lot of the guys who don't wash out. But the ones who don't wash out tend to be unhittable. They tend to be the unicorns. They tend to be the Randy Johnsons. They tend to be Lincecums, or maybe in that case Josh Hader, who turned out to be a really great pitcher for a long time. So maybe Yesavage goes in that category. To me, this is more of a, just how quickly they were able to get to the big leagues, right?
Yes.
We don't know yet who's going to have the better career, Jurrangelo Cijntje or Trey Yesavage. So it's not like I'm sitting here saying the Mariners blew it. They should have picked Yesavage instead of Cijntje. Cijntje's a bust. It's not that. But if you had done that, it is funny.
Would he have been even in the big leagues?
I don't know.
He had progressed? Remember, he started this season at
wouldn't be
single
on
A.
the Blue Jays, which would be nice.
He started this year at single A.
I know, but you needed help
Cade
this
Anderson
year.
is not. Is Cade going to start next year in Everett?
Well, that is where I'm going to go to eventually with this. You brought up sort of the short and long term. Joe Doyle, who we've had on the show before, was on Lyle's show, and Lyle cut us a little sound from Joe. This was right after the draft. So Cijntje went 15, Yesavage went 20. This is what Joe Doyle said.
For Seattle, Jurrangelo Cijntje is a better pitching prospect than Trey Yesavage. For the Toronto Blue Jays or for the New York Mets, a team that hasn't shown the ability to develop pitching at a very, very high level yet, Trey Yesavage is much more plug and play. Cijntje is a better athlete. He's got better release metrics. He's got better feel for spin. He's got 4 pitches. He's got more fastball value. For me, at least, that there's untapped potential and pretty soft clay when it comes to developing Cijntje. He's probably not going to move as fast as Trey Yesavage is going to move, but for me at least, Jurrangelo is a potential low number 2, whereas Trey Yesavage, I find a difficult development path getting him into more than a mid 3.
Well, he looks like a little more than that at the moment. I got to be honest. And I'm not crushing Joe for that. I mean, you make a call based on what you see at the time. Right now, that splitter is so good that he looks like he's a whole lot better than a mid 3. But he's here. He's doing it. He's helping the Blue Jays. And I guess my mind did go there. And then, of course, Brock, you have to at least ask, is it reasonable to expect Cade Anderson or maybe even Jurrangelo Cijntje to be doing this a year from now for the Mariners?
Yeah, I mean, I think those are real questions. Now, Sloan out of high school is going to be, I think, a little different
Not bringing
conversation.
up Sloan, yeah.
Nope, but his ceiling also seems remarkably high. And talk to anybody in baseball, and every time Passon joins us and rattles through all the prospects, he always includes that name as well. Yeah, I think that's kind of the expectation. If you're Cade Anderson watching the World Series, which I'm sure he was last night, I bet in his mind he's like, yep, that could be me next year. That could be me in the Seattle Mariners rotation alongside Wu and George and Logan and everything else, and I'm going to be the lefty in there, and I'm drafted number 3 overall and could have been 1-1 overall. And that is more of the time frame for, I think, the players today, the pitchers today, than it is to, oh, nope, you're going to go log 3 years through Modesto and Everett and Arkansas and Tacoma, and we'll see you in 2029. I don't think that's the expectation for Cade next year.
No, I would hope not.
Although I would keep in mind he had Tommy John in high school and has essentially thrown one full season, so they may progress him a little bit slower.
Yep, that is very, very true as well.
But Cijntje made it to Double-A last year, right?
Oh, yep. Jurrangelo, I think, can be in the big leagues next year. I mean, Cade, I think they might slow play it a little.
Yeah, and it does start to make you wonder, okay, if you have a thought that Cijntje is going to be in the big leagues next year to maybe help you in August and September and down the stretch, A, how does that change how you handle your offseason this year, knowing that could be coming? And then B, or maybe it's 2, I forget what I started with, do you tell him, hey, man, we're going to have to ditch the lefty thing for a while? Like, it's just, I appreciate that you want to keep working on it, but we want you to be in the big leagues next year, and we need you to take all of your innings and all of your opportunities and make sure that you are a dominant right-handed pitcher, and we'll just worry about the switch thing some other time.
Yeah. Fair question.
I mean, the numbers left-handed obviously were not great in year 1, so eventually feels like it might be going that direction. Who knows?
It is weird, though. I watch him pitch left-handed, and I feel like he should be just like the stuff looks nasty, but obviously for whatever reason, it does not play nearly as well. We've seen it. I mean, the hitters do not seem to have nearly the same kind of problems picking him up from the left side as they do from the right. So I don't know, we'll see. I just it dawned on me yesterday that as we were talking all the way, Brock, about what do you do in the offseason, and Shannon was here and she wants to look at pitching, and I'm not disagreeing with her at all. Like I kind of went the same direction. Maybe Cijntje and or Cade Anderson are enough, as you watch what the Blue Jays have done, to have them kind of fill in the gap down the road. Or maybe there's another player who, like, not unlike, somebody who can show up halfway through coming off injury. Right, like you saw with Shane Bieber. Yeah, sure. Maybe there's another guy in that world again that could help them this offseason. All right, I do want to come back to some stuff Shannon said, but I think we're going to talk to Bram Weinstein, Brock, our buddy, in D.C. in about 20 minutes. I think Bram's going to be available at 7:30. He's a tough guy to track down. He's been
I kind of gave him the business the first time he was on too, and I think he still remembers that.
He probably does. He's a little intimidated by you. So we will, I think, talk to Bram here in about 20 minutes. I'll play you the Shannon sound maybe a little bit later because it's really kind of got my mind racing. There's a chance to go around the NFL. There's some negative comments out there about the Seahawks that I'd like to address. There's a lot going on. We'll do it coming up on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro loyalty for details. Subject to change.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Mike Salk here, and it's now open. Hawks Peak, the place to be for game days this football season, with over 66 TVs indoor and outdoor. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, man, ugly night for the Dodgers, Brock. They found a lot of ways to give up runs. Some via the home run. Davis Schneider led off with one. Vlad followed with another. Then it was Teoscar in right field playing a single directly into a triple that scored a run. Then they decided to go 3 wild pitches to move Addison Barger all the way from first around the bases to score. A fourth wild pitch an inning later gifted the Jays another run and kept them out of a double play, which they would have hit into on the next pitch. I mean, it was quite the display from the Dodgers, and all the while they had nothing for Trey Yesavage.
The pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. That's 11 strikeouts for Trey Yesavage, and it matches Don Newcomb, 1949, for the World Series rookie strikeout record.
No biggie.
Did he get to 12? I think he got to 12, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that tied some guy from 1912.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Yeah, he was really good.
You remember
yesterday.
the 1912 World Series, don't you, Salk?
I did get a kick out of, who was saying that?
There was little Joey Cora.
Yeah,
he ran out in 1912.
He's still running out there today. No, it was the Kraken broadcast the other day. Eddie was giving Forson some grief about that. He was like, you watched Babe Ruth, right? Forson's like, oh, yeah, no, I caught the end of his career, thanks. Yeah, pretty impressive from the Blue Jays and very unimpressive from the Dodgers.
Yeah, and now the Blue Jays are going to feel what the Mariners felt. Up 3-2. Ball's in your court. Huge advantage. Irvin Magic Johnson told the world that. He tweeted that before the game, that the winner of this one is very decisive. Analytics will tell you that. Big-time numbers will tell you that. And now you got to go try and finish it. The difference is they'll get to do that in their park.
Thinking about Magic last night.
Were you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Magic Johnson fan. Loved him as a kid. I mean, one of my favorite players of all time.
I mean, makes sense growing up in Boston. Yeah.
Right, of course. How cool is it that Magic's still alive?
Yeah.
It really is unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, it's been, 35 years since Magic announced that he had HIV. And at the time, I mean, we were kids. We just assumed Magic was not going to live very long. It's been 35 years. He's now getting to be an old man. And he's fine. Like, it's unbelievable.
By the way, was that your tentpole moment? A kid from Boston choosing Magic over Larry? Was that the first time the contrarian with the boombox playing Anthrax was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna fall in love with Magic.
I mean, it's not fair. I grew up liking the Red Sox and the Patriots and the Bruins.
All right.
So it's not like I just was like a contrarian to everything. It's not like I was a Yankee fan and a Canadians fan. And
Right. You just fell in love with Magic, doesn't it?
But I mean, how do you not choose Magic when you get the opportunity? Game 6 tomorrow night. Dodgers hoping Yamamoto can get them into a Game 7.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, injury news for the Seahawks, Brock. A little up and down. Bad news. Well, let's see. Good news. Devin Witherspoon back to practice. That's the best news. Yep. The two guys coming off IR, Robbie Utes and Christian Haynes, back to practice. Sounds like also Derek Hall practiced yesterday as well. The other side of that, Derek Young, he's going to miss some time here with a hip injury, but the big one, of course, is Julian Love.
Did want to give you one update on the injury front. Really, the only thing that's new is Julian Love had a bit of a setback with his hamstring last week, so he won't practice today, and game status right now is, say, in jeopardy. So we'll work through that the rest of the week and moving forward.
So he's just talking about one game, but there were some reports out yesterday that there was a possibility he could go to IR.
Right. Don't like that. And that was last week. That was during the bye week because he's trying to, just get himself back and do what he's got to do. And, yeah, and as much as I, love Ty Okada, and he is a backup and he can fill in for a game or two, that's not a long-term sustainable play. So does that mean Eman Wari will bump out to safety and Spoon comes into that nickel and plays a little more small nickel?
I would assume so. He did kind of talk about those guys and, the fact that they can both play nickel and different skill sets.
It's exciting that you have those two players that can play that position, which is awesome. And we gotta make sure we put a tight enough plan where we can take advantage of both skill sets. So really that's kind of our burden to bear as coaches to make sure that it's clean and clear so the guys can go play the way they can play. But I mean, everybody, how we feel about Spoon. The guy's a tremendous player, and Nick is beginning of a great career. He's off to a great start.
Yeah, it'll be worth watching, and it'll be a little wild card for Washington too, right? For them to try to figure out. And on their side, Jaden Daniels was a full participant with his own hamstring injury, but kind of multiple reports out there, and we'll see whether or not he's good to go Sunday night.
We'll see on him. On the other hand, they're not going to have their star wide receiver. Terry McLaurin's already been declared out. He's got a quad injury that has been bothering him for a while, so he's not going to play. They seem like just a team who's a little messy right now.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Throw a little more congratulations at Cal Raleigh. For the first time this year, Brock, we're going to talk about Cal and the unbelievable season he's had. We won't get to hear about the MVP award until November 7th. So if you want to circle that date on your calendar, that's the MVP day, November 7th. But he did yesterday win Overall Player of the Year and AL Outstanding Player by his peers in the Players' Choice Awards. I have some sound of a few of them talking about him. Here's Paul Skeens.
This year, you can kind of take off the Florida catcher kind of thing. He's just having one of the best years of all time. It's an honor to share a field with players like him.
Pretty high compliment from one of the best pitchers in the game. Here's Jacob deGrom.
I've had that experience with catchers who go out, and have a great scouting report on the same page the whole time, and it takes that leader mentality to do that.
Yeah, he was talking about what he does with the pitching staff. I got some other sound that I played earlier from Scooble and Schwarber, and I'll go back to that a little bit later. But huge congrats to Cal Raleigh. Well deserved.
So that'll be a week from tomorrow.
Yeah.
November 7th, a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll be on the air or if it'll come out after we're done. I don't know what the timing is on that. But, a week from tomorrow, we'll learn about the MVP. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. As I said, Shannon said some stuff yesterday, Brock, that I don't like, and I'm going to have to come back to that maybe at 8:30. But it does look like we're going to talk to Bram Weinstein, our buddy from D.C., find out a little bit about these Commanders. You may remember Bram. He was on SportsCenter for a long, long time on ESPN. He's been the voice of the Commanders for a while. He hosts radio in D.C. We've talked to him before. I remember probably for the first time that we talked to him was right before that.
You shall not pass.
2012 playoff game.
You shall not pass.
Yeah, I think he thought we were crazy. I hosted a bunch of shows with Bram, though, nationally. They were always super fun. He's a good dude. And he'll join us next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Yeah, every morning, especially this time of year, as it's just so dark, I just don't want to wake up. I want to stay in bed. I already start thinking about retirement and what that's going to be like. And I'm glad I'm thinking about it now because you have to. You can't just decide on a whim to retire one day. You got to plan well in advance. And that's why you talk to Trajan Wealth. You can give them a call at 206-466-3300 for a complimentary introductory meeting. They can help with all of this long-term planning and the little things that you don't know, right? Like leaving an old 401k with a previous employer, that can create higher investment costs. Or if you have an old 401k and you're not sure what to do with it, yeah, that's a good reason to start by calling Trajan Wealth and figure out how to optimize those funds, figure out how to get the most out of your money, get it working for you again. Trajan Wealth has core philosophies including low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency as well. Just a few key qualities that differentiate Trajan Wealth from their competitors. Call Trajan Wealth today to schedule that complimentary meeting to learn more. 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra. Redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Looking for a high school that nurtures both the mind and spirit? Archbishop Murphy High School is where academic excellence meets faith-based education. With a 100% graduation rate and a college prep program designed to challenge and inspire, our students are prepared for whatever the future holds. But it's more than just academics. Archbishop Murphy's robust athletics, arts, and co-curricular activities ensure that every student finds their passion and thrives. Archbishop Murphy High School believes in educating the whole person. That's why we offer a vibrant campus life where students grow not only academically, but also spiritually, socially, and physically. Don't just take our word for it. See it for yourself. Schedule a visit and discover how Archbishop Murphy High School can help your students succeed. Visit am-hs.org. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy proudly supports Archbishop Murphy High School, where your story begins. am-hs.org.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Sunday Night Football, we will finally get to see the Seahawks again, Brock, after what feels like forever. They will be in Washington to take on the Commanders, and let's learn a little bit more about them from our friend Bram Weinstein, one of my favorites, the voice of the Commanders. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good. We're good. I gotta learn a little bit about this Commanders team from you because I was
losing money, Brian. He's losing money.
I did put a little.
He went to Vegas before the season. He laid a whole bunch of shekels on the Commanders. He fell in love with Jaden like everybody else did. We know DQ. And he's like, yeah, I got pretty good little odds
20
here.
to 1
Yeah, pretty good
on the
odds.
Commanders to win the Super Bowl, and now they're 3-5. What is going on?
What is going on? Oh, man, how much time do you have?
15 minutes.
The season has not gone the way that they expected, obviously, and not the way the NFL expected. This is our fourth primetime game of the year. We are one of the most profiled teams. We're going to Madrid in a couple weeks. We have a Christmas Day game. We're playing 5 night games. Like, the NFL thought that they were going to take off after what they did a year ago. And I think it kind of starts with the projected starting offensive lineup has literally never practiced together once, not since the start of training camp. Whether it was Terry McLaurin's contractual holdout, Noah Brown's injury, Sam Cosby coming off their right guard, Pro Bowl right guard coming off ACL, a variety of other injuries to their offensive line. They just never had their team on the field. And it didn't really show up until the last couple of weeks where all of these people going in and out, and Shaden's missed 3 games. And Terry's been out for what will be now 5. Noah Brown's missed the majority of the season. They just can't find any consistency whatsoever on offense. It's starting to catch up to them. Earlier in the year, they were still a top 10 scoring offense, and they're still a top 3 rushing offense. But that has ebbed here the last couple of weeks, and it really shouldn't be a surprise. Defensively, they're having a hard time stopping anybody. Their ranking, total defense, has gone down each week since week 1. They have not been a great tackling team. let's see, 5 of the 8 games they didn't cause a takeaway. They started to get injuries up front, specifically at defensive end. They lost 3 defensive ends over the last few weeks, and that's catching up with them. So, and then it doesn't help that they played 3 of the 5 top most prolific offenses over the last 4 or 5 weeks. So, and they're getting another one on Sunday night. So the schedule's been really hard, arduous. Jaden's been hurt. The offense has never been together, even when he isn't. And the defense hasn't played to expectations, and now they're beat up. What else do you need to know?
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
other than that, everything's great. Yeah.
Will we see Jaden Sunday night?
I think so. He practiced yesterday, practicing today. He's trending towards that. You will not get Terry McLaurin. He's out. Again, he re-injured his quad, but kept him out a month. He came back, made a couple of great catches, including his first touchdown of the year against Kansas City, but he's already been deemed out. We don't know how much longer he's going to be out again. But Jaden does seem to be trending in the right direction.
When I texted you yesterday, I looked at the last text exchange we had from about a year ago, and you wrote of Jaden Daniels, he's a unicorn, which I love, and I'm a huge, huge fan of his. Do you still feel that way? How much of this is on him? Like, is there a step back, or do we still have the same high expectations for where his career is going?
His numbers are a little bit down, especially completion percentage. It's a little bit down, but I really do attribute that to what happened in the summer leading into the season. They just never practiced together, all of them. They were just never on the same page. They were never on the field at the same time. And as we were kind of walking through the summer, I kind of expected a slow start to the offense. And the hope would be that, because Terry didn't practice the entire summer, sitting in, waiting for a new contract. And, they're incorporating Deebo Samuel, who's going to be a very big part of an offense. But if you don't have the other primary players out there with him, they were shuffling around the offensive line. The defense looked great in camp, and I think partially because of the offense was kind of a work in progress the whole time. So I don't think it's really fair to judge him at this point. His completion percentage is down. All the other metrics are kind of up. He still has only thrown 1 interception this year. He's still one of the leading rushers of the quarterback, from the quarterback position. So I just don't think we've gotten a real look at what he is in year 2. But I haven't seen anything that feels like a step back. I think there's just been a lot going on around him.
Do you think he can take on the amount of contact? I know that was a storyline in one of the national games. I remember watching it, and obviously Lamar is a guy that has run for a decade in the league and been an MVP and been a unicorn himself. Do you think Jaden, coming off the knee and now a hamstring, will be as much of a threat and look to run as much as he did a year ago?
I don't think they can take it out of his game. It really is what separates him. He's an extremely instinctual player. He is way ahead of the curve. We're biased, but I think there's an argument that was the greatest season any rookie quarterback has ever had. But for how far they went with what the team was coming into the season and off of all the changes that had occurred, and they were 4-13 the year before he's a rookie quarterback. His metrics were outrageous. He had the highest qualified completion percentage of any rookie ever. It was a magic carpet ride with him. But to answer your question specifically, he's tall, but he's not a big guy. And it's always been a concern with hits, and it's been obviously a running storyline here about get down, get out of bounds. He often is very protective of himself. He does go out of bounds. He does slide. He's got incredible timing. He constantly beats, people to the line to do it, gets out of bounds and avoids hits. I think the hamstring one was somewhat unfortunate. The week 2 hits, he took so many hits on a pass rush that overwhelmed them against Green Bay early in the season. And, I think it's TBD. This is the concern with him. He's got a slight build. And so he's going to get punished. But so I think avoiding it is probably the best way to go. And he's built to do that part of it. But we'll see this weekend. There's full respect for what Seattle's defense has done this year. And he's going to be marginalized. He certainly isn't going to be 100% if he does play.
How's Bobby doing?
Bobby Wagner?
Yeah.
Listen, he's beloved. He's had a rough time this year. I think his age is showing a little bit, and he's been caught in some bad matchups. Last week, one of the touchdowns they gave up was to Rashee Rice, and they ended up getting a matchup with Bobby Wagner on him. Which, good luck with that. Good luck any middle linebacker trying to cover that. But John Robinson had a huge play on him out of the backfield. I would say that his age is catching up with him, and he's slowed down a little bit. And in the passing game, there are matchups that are being taken advantage of in Washington. People are talking about him a lot because of the overall defensive ranking. Otherwise, he's as stout as ever, specifically against the run game. And, I mean, he's everything we could have asked for from a leader, for sure. I mean, he and Zach Ertz, alongside, Jaden Daniels-Clay, were a big part of, I think, what happened a year ago with this team. Like, this wasn't a typical rebuild. Like, they had a lot of Hall of Fame caliber veterans that were brought in on short-term deals, and they caught lightning in a bottle with it. He was a big part of that.
Is desperation a fair way to characterize for the Commanders what Sunday night is at this juncture at 3-5?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've lost a lot of games to conference opponents too. And, there was a big story, like, in the offseason, like, did they close the gap on Philadelphia enough? Like, clearly not. So they're chasing, I don't know if they are the best team in the NFC, but they're one of them, again this year. Like, I know everyone talks about all the drama with them, but go look at their record. You've got to win 12, 13 games. That's not going to happen for the Commanders this year. So the pathway here is to somehow get back into the wild card race. I mean, they do play the Eagles twice. They haven't played them yet. But, still, the pathway right now feels like they're going to have to get back in the wild card race when you're looking at it this weekend. And they just got to figure something out. If they can win this game, their schedule gets a little easier. They got Detroit next week, and then we're going to Madrid to play the Dolphins over in Spain. Then they get a bye week. If they could just win 2 of the next 3, and that really circles Seattle. If they can win 2 of the next 3 and be 5-6, get a bye, then the hope is they will start to get some of their players back. And if they start to get some of their players back and they actually have something resembling a healthy version of the roster that we thought they would have from the get-go, I think it gives them a puncher's chance down the stretch. But this game feels huge for Washington's playoff hopes this year.
Still having fun? Loving the gig?
Oh, man, it's the best. I grew up in D.C. This is a dream job. And it's better when they win. And last year was that was something that was otherworldly because it was so unexpected. So that was super fun, and this has been super frustrating. But there's kind of nothing like it, and I hope I do this for the rest of my life. It's amazing.
Are they rebuilding RFK? Have they broken ground on that as well?
They haven't broken ground yet, but that's going to happen probably early next year. They're still working with architects. We haven't seen the renderings of what they want to do, but it's going to be really cool. I think it's going to be more SoFi than anything. I mean, they've talked openly about how they want a venue that is not just a great home for the NFL team, but to be something that could be utilized for all sorts of international events. Like, they're going to try to get the Women's World Cup. They're going to get the Eras Tour, whatever comes next. Like, that's what they want. They want this to be a state-of-the-art hub on the East Coast that attracts literally everything. So I can't wait to see what they build.
Pretty cool. Thanks for fitting us in today, man. Really appreciate it. I know you're busy and just always love catching up. And we'll see what happens on Sunday, but enjoy it, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. The great Bram Weinstein, always one of my favorites. He really is a good dude. I used to love hosting shows with him, and he's just a quirky, funny guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Bram.
I was just thinking of how much we've grown, Salk, or not grown in 10+ years. Seriously, before that playoff game, and it was me more than it was you. 'Cause he was your friend, and we're playing songs at him. And
you were sort of obnoxious.
You shall not pass, and we were just all obnoxious, and we're gonna smash you, and we're gonna go into your house, and RG3 who, Russell Wilson this, and Well, we won that one. We took care of
It's amazing that he still talks to us, to be perfectly honest, and to me in particular, given that I knew him ahead of time. Like, geez.
He was like, what are you doing? Why are you treating me this way?
Yeah, and then you kept misusing the word waylay as if that's what we had done, which was not in any way the right word.
I think there was a molly-whopping. I think there was all sorts
We
of
may have been
crazy
talking
stuff.
about molly-whopping at that point. Speaking of the Seahawks, they are approaching the halfway point, Brock. We want to send one of you out there, just one, but you can bring 3 of your friends to watch the Seahawks on November 9th as they take on Arizona. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab. You can find out how if you don't already have the app. Shame on you, but we're going to help you anyway. Simply text the word app, that's APP.
Yeah, you know me.
To 866-979.
You every time.
Makes me laugh every time. Yeah, 866-979-3776. And we will send you a link to download it. You can enter every day to increase your chance to win. This contest runs through Monday, November 3rd. Just listening to Bram, it does sound like Washington. It's just a mess. Like, you really got to go take care of business in this game.
You do. And specifically, you've got to take advantage of their defense. And specifically, you got to take advantage of their middle linebacker. The people have been taking advantage of Bobby in space now for a number of years. We saw that in Seattle as part of the reason they moved on. They brought him back. He's moved on. You know he will be amped up. He will be playing as hard as he possibly and as fast as he possibly can against the team that he still loves in a place that is his home. Right, he's made Seattle his home. He's going to make Seattle his home. But you've got to take advantage of that defense, and then your group up front has got to make life miserable. And they've done it against 6 of the 7 opponents. Right, Baker was the lone guy that was back there, and that was no DeMarcus Lawrence, and that was no Derek Hall in that game. And you've got to make life miserable against a beat up offensive line, and it's still a beat up, compromised quarterback.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Did you say Warhawks? I think I missed that. Did you just say that?
Warhawks?
Yeah. Warhawk.
Back then with Bram?
Warhawk. Yeah.
Oh, I used to, remember? I think that was the whole thing, too.
Yeah, but people couldn't get it right.
Warhawk.
No. Warhawk.
Yeah, we did this. That's an old bit.
That is an old bit.
Yes.
No, it's Warhawk. Yeah. All right.
Nobody could say it right.
Brock, I love you, and I love you for many reasons. One is that you're very predictable. And as soon as you heard DJ say, I went back and watched some tape on Anthony Bradford, I knew that within a few days you would find a way to go watch some tape on someone yourself, not to be outdone. And sure enough, it was Sam Darnold who you went back and watched. What did you see as you watched Sam on tape?
You know what's funny? You know when I did this too? I did this right after the whole talking about the Toronto pitcher, Yesavage, and his release point and how over the top he is in a spine angle, right? And Salk, I know your golf instructor has talked to you a lot about this. As any good golf instructor, that you want to be spine neutral. And then everything just pivots around your spine as you take the club back, and as you get through, you don't want to have a C, you don't want to have an invert, you don't want any of that. You want that spine to remain neutral through your swing. So as I was looking at Yesavage, and obviously if you look at his spine angle and that tilt, it's rather unnatural, just as Titus was when he was a pitcher. We've really worked to try to straighten that out as a quarterback. And then I went back and looked at a bunch of Sam Darnold stuff, and it is textbook. If you want to teach, and there's all these QB gurus out there, and you can spend a lot of money with a lot of these QB trainers, but if you just want to watch and just kind of show your young aspiring quarterback or even pitcher or thrower or whatever, go watch Sam Darnold's spine angle, Salk. It is unbelievably neutral. Like, he just never is out of position. Jordan Palmer and he have worked and done a heck of a job with his fundamentals. It is why his motion is so repeatable. It is why his deep ball is so accurate. It is why he can throw to his right and to his left. It is just, man, he locks into that fundamental as much as anything, and it is paying huge, huge dividends.
All right, question number 2. Well, as you start gearing up for the trade deadline, Brock, we're 5 days away now. I think it's on Tuesday of next week. Salary cap space probably looks awfully important. Where do the Seahawks
Sure
rank?
does. Yeah, they're in the top 10. So I was looking at the latest numbers, and again, these are always a little tricky, so take them with a little grain of salt. And I think these organizations will tell you as much as is it, how do you pronounce it? Spotrac? Spotrac?
I think it's Spotrac, but I don't know. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, how do you pronounce that, Lyle? You're one of those guys. How do you say that?
I'm not 100% confident either. Spot rack, I've said at points. I've said Spotrac at points.
Yeah. They work really hard in all the sports to try to, figure these contracts out and put together the space. It looks like, according to them, the Seahawks are 8th in the league, that they have what Salk calls powder. If they want to make a move, there really should not be a move in a contract that for this season they can't inherit. Now, do you want to inherit Max Crosby's millions and millions and millions and millions down the road, or Myles Garrett, and those are obviously the people at the top of the list? Okay, well, you've got your own deals to take care of and own way to massage it. But as far as this season, as far as these next 10 weeks or so, 9 weeks, they got $20 million in cap space. That is 8th in the league. You know what is truly remarkable about this? Do you know who's number 1 in the league? And actually, I believe they are 6-2 as well. The New England Patriots have $49 million in cap space.
They might have more. They just traded Kyle Duggar, too.
Yeah. So they may have over $50 million in cap space. And, Mr. Vrabel, I think, kind of had a chance to pick where he wanted to go next after that debacle in Tennessee. And New England was obviously home and his roots, but a young franchise quarterback, cap space galore, they're in a pretty good spot, but so are your Seahawks.
All right, question number 3. We had a good talk yesterday about the Huskies with Joel Klatt. If they do end up winning these next 3 games, getting to 9-2 and hosting the Ducks, what would you expect?
Yeah, I would expect a lot of national conversation about all of these marquee jobs. Mr. Klatt said to us yesterday, hey, where would you put Penn State and Florida and LSU as far as top jobs in America? And I kind of nodded along with him with Florida in that group. I don't know if Florida is in that same, if I keep them in that same stratosphere. I think what Urban did and kind of the level of debauchery and cheating that was going on at that time, that they won then, but it's been a tougher ride. Now, LSU has won national championships with Ed Orgeron. Yeah, LSU is a great job. Penn State, because of the resources and everything else, that too is a top 10 job. Nicole Auerbach, she works over there at NBC and Sirius Radio. She was on with Bump and Stacy yesterday for Washington Wednesday. She had this to say about Mr. Fish and what could come next.
I wouldn't be shocked if the schools that make a lot of sense for Jed Fish are interested or give him a call or if he weighs those options. But again, it's just sort of, you have to weigh, where you are in the pecking order in your conference, what do your resource allocation look like, and then obviously quality of life and where you live and where you are. And so I'll be very interested to see if a couple of those former stops on his resume attract his interest.
Yeah, and I think Florida probably a little more than UCLA. UCLA is a tough job. Been a lot of coaches who have gone down there and tried to resurrect that thing and have not been able to do that. Florida's where he went to school, obviously, where he and Howie Roseman were roommates, and there's a lot of history there and, quality of life and cost of living. And the SEC is not what it used to be, right? It used to be Nick Saban's world and everybody else chasing him. Not anymore. There is way more parity because everybody gets to spend an immense amount of money, and he doesn't get every single recruit in the world. So, yeah, I think that will be, the more they win, that will be more of the conversation. And remember this, Pat Chun did not hire Jed Fish here at Washington.
Right.
That was a move made before Pat came in with the current Nebraska AD, and so just keep that in your kind of back pocket as well. And I'm not saying it's a sour relationship or Pat Chun doesn't love Jed Fish.
Who was that?
Oh, I'm looking at him right now. What was his name?
Remind me what happened, because Jen left.
Yeah, he came from Tulane. He'd been a Midwest guy.
That sounds
Northern
right. But he
Iowa
was the actual
guy.
AD. He wasn't like just a fill-in.
No, he was the.
Who was it?
Troy Dannon.
Troy Dannon. Thank you.
He was the actual AD.
Okay, yeah. Now it's coming back to me.
Yep. Wife never really fell in love with the Pacific Northwest, never moved out here. And then when the Nebraska job became available, that was much more of a sweet spot.
Well, if you got a chance to move to Nebraska, you got to take that every time. That is today's Blue 88.
And it's Spot Track. I looked up their podcast.
Oh, really?
Oh, look at you.
Dude, the Saluki.
You're not only an elegant Saluki.
By the way, someone asked. I've been doing some research and trying to find your dog breeds.
Oh.
We'll get to it later.
Wow. Oh, really?
I think I have Brock and Salk. I'm looking for Lyles. I'll take suggestions if the texter is one.
A Chihuahua on steroids. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to come back, and I'm sure
they're small. Chihuahuas are
I said
small.
on steroids, so, but they're finicky, right? I mean, what they want to eat, what they don't.
Temperamental.
Yeah. There's a poodle element to Lyle as well. I could see a little standard poodle action. We'll come right back. Brock, we've got some Here's the Thing messages that have been left. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
For over 50 years, they redefined rock. The spirit lives on.
Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson celebrate 50 years of Rush 50-something tour, October 10th. And October 12th, Climate Pledge Arena. Tickets on sale Friday at 12 p.m. at rush.com. Legends don't stop. They evolve. Rush.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Tune in Sunday, November 2nd, when the Seahawks take on Washington. Kickoff at 5:20 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the biggest and best in the Pacific Northwest.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! A lot of people think Lyle is a whippet. Makes sense.
A what?
A whippet.
Is that a breed?
Yeah.
They
You never
just
seen a
look
whippet?
so fragile. Like
Yeah.
I always look at them and I'm like, their legs are like sticks.
Yeah, but they're very anxious dogs.
I mean, Lyle's 3 plates, right?
Very anxious.
How do I spell whippet?
WHIPPET, whippet. Anyway, a lot of people trying to figure out what kind of dogs we are. Moore's got some details on that later. Right now, though, we'll hear what sort of messages you left for us this week via the app. We call it Here's the Thing.
Brock Ewert doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
Okay, I guess I was thinking of like a miniature one.
No.
These are bigger than I thought.
Yeah, no, they're not tiny.
They kind of, they look like
They're just smaller greyhounds. Yeah. They're very nervous dogs, though.
I don't think of him as you as a nervous person except for about the Mariners.
He looks like a whippet, though. He definitely move it to your left. There we go. Yeah, and he looks.
That look.
Oh,
Lyle doesn't like
all
this.
right, don't
Lyle
worry,
wants to be
you guys are coming up.
Lyle wants to be compared to a cat. He doesn't like dogs. He thinks dogs invade your personal space too much.
Go.
I'm waiting for Lyle to say something. He just stands there. What's a silent dog, like a Basenji? All right. Here are some messages starting with Kevin.
Here's the thing. I don't think Mike actually needs to use a loofah. He's built like a human Brillo pad. He just needs to put the body soap on and lather up with all that body hair he's got. I mean, obviously he doesn't use like a scrub brush. It would get stuck in his back hair and his wife would have to come untangle it.
All right, that was lame until the end. The idea of untangling it is funny. Yeah.
You ever stick a pick in your afro back in the day?
No. No. I don't think that would have been appropriate. No. Yeah, definitely not. But thanks for asking. Here's Noah.
So here's the thing. I figured out what they should do with intentional walks. Okay, so how it works is The first 2 times you can intentionally walk someone, there's no problem. They can just go to first base just like normal. But the 3rd time, if you intentionally walk them or they walk without a strike thrown to them, it turns into a double. And then the 4th time they come up to bat, if they're intentionally walked or if they are thrown a 4-pitch, 4 balls walk, it turns into a triple. The 5th time, it'd be a home run. Now, that also gets the stars into the game, into the big moments. And that way, you can't just keep on walking people who actually can impact the game and try to feed off the people who can't hit. That.
Hey, I got an idea. How about you don't change anything? It's fine.
Yeah, it's just fine.
How about we don't need to solve this problem? Joel Klatt, everybody else, shut up. You don't need to solve this problem. This is This is fine. This is
what it's like.
You're creating a problem.
It was
out of
like
nothing.
the 7-9 Seahawks win in the West.
Right.
Like, oh, we got to fix this. It can never happen. Like, it very rarely happens.
Yeah, and it was in that game. Okay, fine. The next day, they've pitched to him the next 2 games, and he hasn't done jack squat.
Yes.
Stop. Here's Jared.
Here's the thing. Salk loves to talk about facts. So, you want some facts, bro? Here you go. In the regular season, Blue Jays had the better record than the Mariners. In the regular season, Blue Jays had better head-to-head records than the Mariners. Regular season, Blue Jays had a better run differential. Postseason, Blue Jays have a better record. Postseason, Blue Jays beat the Mariners head-to-head. If you look at all those facts, it's hard to say the Blue Jays are a worse team than the Mariners. I really don't know how you get there. If you look at the facts, the Blue Jays outperformed us in all the important ones, a.k.a. wins and losses. You can talk about OPS and blah, 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 blah. Contact. Oh, they're too contact-oriented. I don't care, Salk. They were better than us this season. There's really no debate about it.
Oh, I'll throw another fact at you. I appreciate it. Those are facts, unlike the person yesterday who was just throwing out opinions and calling them facts. The person yesterday, Brock, texted in, the Mariners would not have fared this well against the Dodgers. That's a fact.
Oh,
it's like, well, actually, no. That's the exact opposite of facts, what we call an opinion. What you just gave were facts, but I think the idea of what the Mariners were before August 1st versus afterwards is like 2 completely different teams. So, yes, you're right. The Blue Jays did beat them head-to-head before August 1st, twice. Absolutely. And if you look at the course of the season, the Mariners were not as good before that happened, before those trades that turned them into the team they became. Yeah, I agree with you. You're right. But I think
and
the
he would
Mariners
also say, but Yesavage,
he came up and helped them too.
First,
Absolutely.
And we didn't have Shane Bieber. He was coming off injury. And
absolutely. But I think what you saw from September on, I mean, the Mariners were a significantly better team, and they were one bad decision away from beating the Blue Jays.
Yeah. I think we can agree to disagree on this. I think Toronto's team and roster, especially if they find a way to win one more, I think I will give them their due and say they were the better team. And their numbers and their offensive numbers, and when they get the pitching that they've gotten with those guys who they counted on,
definitely the hotter
for being
team.
a part of it.
There's no doubt about it. Here's Gregory.
Yeah, this conversation, especially with Salk talking when he's talking, it's kind of like giving me like, ew. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Okay.
I had to put that in there because I was like, I have no idea what he's referring to.
What did he just say?
I don't
Is
know.
that Yellow Ledbetter?
Something about like you. It was only 10 seconds. I can play it again.
Yeah, this conversation, especially with Salk talking when he's talking, it's kind of like giving me like, ew. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I'd like to cut that you.
It's kind of a mix of Eddie Vedder and your Aaron Rodgers' old girlfriend.
Ew.
Here's the thing. Lyle, how does it feel knowing Kenny Dillingham is inevitably going to leave ASU for a far superior SEC school and leave ASU back in the dumpster where they belong?
Oh, wow.
Bear down. Also, I agree with Salk that soccer should be reserved for only toddlers up to low elementary school children. Soccer is basically glorified jogging, and anybody that claims it as their main sport is just not athletic enough to play any real sports.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you, Jack.
Nice. It's not nice. What do you think? Is he leaving? Is he leaving for the SEC?
No, he's not leaving.
No.
Is he good enough to leave?
He's pretty good.
Well, then he'll probably leave. then he's not that good.
This is his hometown team, so it's different.
Either he's good enough to leave or he's not. Like, that's pretty much how it goes. Sorry. Here's Eric in Nebraska.
Here's the thing, Brock. This is Eric in Nebraska. Keyword Nebraska. I seem to remember hearing something a couple weeks ago when I called in that you are bringing the Heward train down here for the USC game.
Yes,
now, I don't have the financial clout to be going to a game like that, but as the word Nebraska means, I live here. I'm stuck here. I'm always here. And I would love to shake the hands of Washington royalty in one Titus Heward and also Brock. But for real, though, let me buy you guys a Runza. Have you ever had a Runza? Actually, the burgers are better. But I'll buy you one of each. Hit me up. Let me see the motorhome. I'll show you the sights. It's a great town, kind of boring, but a great place. Hope to see you guys soon. Enjoy the game.
I went down a rabbit hole looking at Runzas earlier. I got hungry.
I think you got to get one.
What is it?
It's a, basically it looks like a burrito, but in sandwich form. It's like a hoagie, but it's all closed up. And they stuff stuff inside.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, it sounds like burger meat, onions, all that
It's
stuff.
described as a bread pocket with a filling consisting of ground beef, cabbage, sauerkraut, onions, seasonings, but they have all different ones. They have one with beef and cheese.
Doesn't that sound good?
Like a calzone.
Yeah, a little calzone-like, a little pierogi-like maybe, but larger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it has roots in German, Russian cuisine.
It's the perfect thing to eat when you're stuck in Nebraska.
Uh-huh. Like an empanada.
Yeah, it's probably got a little empanada action to it as well.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
All of those things
Okay.
have a lot in common.
I'll be there, Eric. I'll be rolling through Saturday. I'll be there.
And then
Come find me.
Brent sent us a note saying he just wanted us to play last year's again.
He said he's been struggling a little bit since the Mariners lost. His creativity's not there, but he said last year's Halloween message was his best.
Okay.
Or one of his best.
And you
so we should
agreed.
play it again.
So Maura wanted us to play it again.
Here's the thing. It was a dark and stormy morning as the Brock and Salk crew shuffled into the studio. Right away, they realized something was amiss. The lights were out. The air was frigid and stank of rotting flesh. Then suddenly, the ghost of Boy Howdy descended from the ceiling. Brock squealed and began to recite Bible verses with the accuracy that he has for calling song lyrics. Salk began to cry and turned to flee, but his hamstrings snapped in half and he crumbled to the floor.
Ew.
Maura had her eyes glued to her phone, swooning over pictures of Kenneth Walker, and didn't notice any of this. And Lyle was at home safely in his bed. Then with a thunderous crash, the Graz father kicked in the door and bellowed, "In the name of Graz, I commend you back to hell!" And like a flushed turd, that's exactly where the ghost of Boy Howdy went.
Jeez, poor Boy Howdy. That was rough for him. that was rough.
Talking is kind of like giving me like, ew.
Okay, is that enough? Maura, I just need a cut of just this.
Like, ew.
You don't mind. Gonna need that from now on moving forward. We may play that. Brock, that may be the new big drop here on the Brock and Salk show all the time.
Ew.
There it is. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What have the first 7 games of the season shown you about the Seahawks?
They're low-key deep. I mean, you got Ty Okada out there making
pass
plays.
breakup.
You have Drake Thomas starting now. You got Josh Jobe, who was starting in tackles yesterday. Nick Imawari, who's finding himself. Because guys have been hurt, guys have been able to play.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, what are you doing this weekend? You ready to head to Snoqualmie Casino and a hotel? It is Seattle's closest. And now the hotel makes it so easy to just stay and play and have a great time. The rooms are really phenomenal. The views are incredible. The pool is awesome. Love the new restaurant. Love the expanded non-smoking gaming area as well. And then the spa, yeah, perfect for relaxation for everyone in your family. Give it a go. You can go to snocasino.com for a whole lot more. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit IRGPT.com, IRGPT.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and it's time to make the final push to the end of the year. Do you want to lose weight, improve your health, and have more energy? We have a proven system and a team of health coaches that have helped over 4,000 people in Washington lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, just teaching you how to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long-term. Visit EastsideWeightLossClinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Yeah, it's Mike Salk here. And just like writing that essay back in high school or maybe in college, starting, that can be the hardest part. Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic makes it as easy as possible. They helped me lose 35 pounds in just 60 days. A no-pressure, free 15-minute phone consultation. See if it's right for you. And if it is, you got nothing to lose but the weight itself.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at EastsideWeightLossClinic.com. That's EastsideWeightLossClinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Man, that game 3 was so epic, Brock, and the back and forth and 18 innings, and then just kind of lame last 2 games.
Kind of took it out of him.
I mean, from the Dodgers' perspective, but
mentally, emotionally.
Why would it take so much out of the winning team and not the team that lost? The
team that's won there, been there before, the team that makes, $500 million, the team that's, I'm not going to say they're fat and happy and satisfied. I mean, they have just dominated through their postseason run, but you don't think in some ways that has invigorated the underdog a little bit more?
It didn't dawn on me that it would go like that, and I don't even know whether that means anything in baseball to be invigorated or any of that. All I know is the Dodgers have played real sloppy, and what they did yesterday was honestly embarrassing on a national stage like that. I mean, they gifted the Blue Jays 3 runs in the game. Teo with a really bad play in right field to turn a single into a triple, which eventually scores on a sac fly. That's a gift run. They let a guy go all the way around the bases on 3 wild pitches. Like, that's horrendous. And then another wild pitch moves a runner from first to second. The next pitch is a double play ball that instead he goes to third and scores on a set. Like, what are we doing?
That dude they brought in had some serious Vargas vibes.
Dominguez?
Pitch. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. He's got nasty stuff.
Oh, yes, he does.
Yeah.
And his catcher looks at him the same way Cal looks at Vargas. Like, you're killing me.
Was it Dominguez or was it Sir Anthony Dominguez or was it Enrique Hernandez?
Yeah.
That's
if you're talking about the Dodgers reliever, Sir Anthony Dominguez is a Blue Jay.
Is with the Blue Jays. Yeah, it was Sir Anthony. It was
Larry Hernandez, and it was
Hernandez.
Tough to watch.
Yeah, no, it was rough. Yeah, that was not.
But that Barger dude, tell me he does not play like everything you want your Mariner to play.
He's good.
And like a bunch of our guys play. Like, he just plays with his freaking hair on fire.
Yeah, he's been really, really good in the postseason, man. There is no doubt. He has just been awesome. Day off today. They'll travel. Game 6 tomorrow. Dodgers going to hope Yamamoto throws another complete game shutout or something to try to get them to a Game 7.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks injury report is iffy, a little good, a little bad. There was some good news, especially with Spoon.
Spoon and D. Hall will practice today, and Derek Young will not practice today.
What's wrong with Derek?
He's got a hip.
He's got a hip. That was the good news, even though it was, of course, Mike McDonald giving it, so it had some bad news that went with it, and then there was a little more bad news.
Did want to give you one update on the injury front. Really, the only thing that's new is Julian Love had a bit of a setback with his hamstring last week, so he won't practice today, and game status right now is, say, in jeopardy. So we'll work through that the rest of the week and moving forward.
The bummer on that one is you really tried, right, through the process to be patient there and not rush him back and give him time and give him the bye week, and to have a setback during the bye week is just that is a bit of a bummer.
I'm not saying this because I happened to pop a hamstring a year and a half ago, but would you say that is the injury that has the most frequent setbacks? It feels that way, just kind of.
I think so.
Being around the game is, doing these reports and all that, it just, once it pops, it feels like it is so hard to get it fully healed. Obliques would be another. Like, once they go, it feels like getting it all the way to full health, I think, is really, really hard. Christian Haynes is back, Brock. He's competing, I guess?
He put himself in position to compete at guard. Anthony and Gray won those competitions. So that's kind of how we'll come back, coming off from being injured. He'll be in a backup role, and he'll continuously compete to be for playing time.
Mm-hmm. Harder to do that and take that job over in practice time during the regular season than it is through the whole OTAs and the practicing.
I would think the best way to take it back would be to just let Anthony Bradford keep playing, and eventually they'll have no choice but to play you based on how poorly he's played so far this year. Washington going to be without Terry McLaurin. He has already been ruled out for this game. It does look like Jaden Daniels should end up being good to go.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And some love for Cal Raleigh, Brock. No MVP yet. November 7th is the date we'll find out about the MVP award. But he was named Overall Player of the Year and AL Outstanding Player of the Year. And this is voted by other players in the Players' Choice Awards. I told you what? Huh?
Is it the Nickelodeon?
Yes, it's the Kids' Choice Awards.
Yes.
Here's young kid Tarek Skubal.
I've got the utmost respect for guys that not only take the toll of having to manage 13 pitchers on every team, and what he's been able to do at the dish from both sides of the plate, too, is really impressive.
And Kyle Schwarber weighed in, former catcher himself.
There's tons of guys who have had great seasons, but the body of work there for 60 homers, all those games caught, all the runs driven in, it's very impressive.
It really is wild. What was it? What did he blow by with Salvi? That was the first of the milestones, right? And then it was Mickey, and then it was Russ. 48? 48
was
for...
47,
it was 48,
yeah.
Yeah. And then to get another dozen on top of that.
It's pretty crazy.
It's just absurd.
Pretty crazy. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show.
And with a name like Big Dumper, you just know he's going to win the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards as well. There's no chance.
509 says the Dodgers stopped believing yesterday. You could see it in their base hit celebration thing they were doing.
Oh.
I don't know if I buy that. Sorry, I don't, I don't think they stopped.
Have you gotten to the point that you just don't buy anything in baseball anymore?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, you kind.
Certainly nothing with body language or how it feels or any of that.
Yeah, we've kind of gone in the Wayback Machine today with the boy Howdy Spirits, and then I mentioned Graz and Clayton yesterday, but I do. And Weinstein obviously brought us back to 2014. I do think now so much more of the Graz, of how many times that he would look at me like I had three eyes when I just rode the emotional roller coaster, the ups and downs of every Mariner game. Did I legitimately get mad at them on an off day for going golfing? I believe I did.
That
I believe
happened.
I did.
Yeah, Eric Bedard really appreciated that. He was really happy with that. That line of reasoning, he was pretty happy. Yeah.
But you can see why the Graz, after decades and decades and decades, got to the point that you and I are kind of getting to, and that is, you can't predict baseball. It's unlike any other game, and you might as well just kind of sit back and enjoy the ride and the story.
Yeah.
Because to think you have, Lyle, any sense of where it's going and how it's going to be written, no way.
That's a great lead-in, Brock, to this next conversation, because we heard some stuff yesterday, and it was based on feel. It was based on, kind of, there's no hard facts here.
Experience.
But I really did not like the tone and tenor. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, I just don't learn sometimes. I just don't. I'm going to be 50 in April, and I still think I can do all these push-ups and pull-ups and whatever with my now son-in-law half my age. And 2 days later, I'm still really, really sore. But I'm not in significant pain. And like many of you woke up this morning, I know you're hearing my voice, and you woke up with really painful joints from arthritis, and it affects you. It makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine right over there in Kirkland, that is where he is ready for your call this morning. 425-823-4000. 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients over the decades suffering from chronic joint pain that really affects your quality of life. But you know what else? He's the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. It's true. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train over the last decade or so. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion and his heart with over 30 years of experience. So his tool bag, well, it includes everything from PRP to stem cell therapy and so much more. So if you're living in chronic pain, please call Dr. Nelson this morning, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let me start this by saying, Brock, I love Shannon Dreyer. She's great. I trust her. She's a A-plus reporter, and she's done an awesome job as our Mariners insider for essentially ever. I did not like the way she was talking about Josh Naylor yesterday. It was concerning for the long term, even the short. Like, I think we've been kind of operating under the assumption that the Mariners will get something done with Josh Naylor because they want to and because he likes it here, right?
Yeah.
I think that's sort of been the assumption. Like, all right, the first base market tends to be kind of weird. Passan always says, like, nobody goes crazy spending on first baseman. Okay, fine. Naylor doesn't fit everybody's lineup. He's not like, built like a Greek god or anything like that. And so I think there was always this thought of like, okay, he'll have some market, but maybe the Mariners can, they did all the right things and they made it fun. And he talked about how much he loves Seattle and the fans, and there's nothing like it. And I think there was just sort of this tie goes to the runner idea that Josh Naylor would end up staying here in Seattle. And then we talked to Shannon yesterday, and I don't know, she did not have nearly that same level of confidence. Maybe it was her tone, maybe it was her words, but here's a little of Shannon yesterday.
And it's a possibility. I mean, both New York teams possibly looking, or one for sure, it almost sounds like, for a first baseman, and would East Coast fit his life better? He is a new father. Does he want to? He hasn't really been in a permanent spot. And he is somebody that I don't think has been too sentimental to where he has been. It's I talked to him one day about all the different places that he's been, and he lived for a time in Texas. And I asked, Texas? Why Texas? That didn't add up to anything.
Right.
There was a great trainer out there, and he said, I'll go anywhere to get better and to get that kind of work. I think he's kind of a wild card in that situation. I don't think he's going to be too sentimental to any one area. I think it's going to be about what's best for him and professionally and his family.
Ugh. Ugh. Ew. Like I didn't like that at all. Do you?
What was his name? That put some respect on that man's name. That at least gave you that ew.
Gregory.
It was Gregory.
Gregory gave me the ew. And I'm going to give the same thing to Shannon's comments. Like the New York teams. Ew.
You have to also sit back. I mean, this is hard. This is hard. Was he great for this team? Yes. Would I like him back? Yes. And somebody has to sit down, and how often is he going to post? Mm-hmm. He's not a guy. I don't think he's played over 125 games in a season.
Okay.
You have to look at also, platoon splits were much more even with him this year. They haven't been historically, and that is where Polanco would really come in handy as well if you get into that situation.
No. My answer, Macy and Haley, is no. We're not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing Jorge Polanco is the answer at first base.
It doesn't feel right.
That's kind of, where that continued is, like Jorge really took to first base. Perry's going to really, no. I want to really bona fide spend his life playing the position as a difference-making first baseman. We got to feel that for 60 games. Well, stick anybody over there. You could put a dead corpse playing first base. No, I actually kind of want that guy playing first base. And is it true that I guess she was right? I mean, this year between the two teams, he played over 130 games. Between Arizona and Seattle, he played almost 140 games, 147 games this year, 147. The year before, 152. So he did have kind of back-to-back years where he posted
and
before that.
And I think it's reasonable when he was younger. Maybe they didn't hit him against lefties as much, and I know he had some injuries and stuff. I don't know. I don't necessarily share that same concern on Josh Naylor. I'm just trying to think of what these next couple of weeks and months look like. Obviously, money talks, and that's going to be the number one thing. Like that, we know that like we can talk all you want about he likes it here, this and that. Like whatever, man. Money talks. Always and forever. That is going to be the number one deciding factor in where guys decide to go. Also, we don't really know about the wild card of the potential lockout and what all of that means. But I have been, at least, as I said, operating under the assumption that he liked it here so much that he might be either willing to, A, sign before the rest of the league has an opportunity to make a bid, or B, that he would be willing to, Ty goes to Seattle. That could be a stretch. That may not be true. I think I may need to back off that a little bit.
Before you get to the rest of it, can I ask you, and you may not know the answer to this, and maybe Lyle's got some insight from being around winter meetings and everything else, but do you get a sense, because in the NFL, they collude. It happens at the combine, right? And then they have an open tampering period, right? They even call it an open tampering period.
Absurd.
where those guys do at the old steakhouse, and they hang out and they eat the spicy shrimp cocktail, and it sucks. I'm not going to lie. It's way overrated. It just blows your nostrils away. And they figure out, like, okay, yeah, this is what we're going to do. Yep, this is what we're willing to offer. Yep, this is where we're willing to go. You know, and they've got a pretty good baseline.
They have a pretty good sense here. Here's
what the market is.
Here's what running backs get. Here's what tackles get. Here's what cornerbacks get. I don't think that happens anywhere near the same way in baseball. No,
I would. Okay.
I know that baseball players love to throw the C word around all the time. Every time labor negotiations show up, and it may occur in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. But I don't think it's like that. I mean, like, you think Stephen Cohen cares what somebody else, the Marlins, has decided should be the right amount to pay for a first baseman? I don't think he gives one hoot what somebody else thinks, which is why he's spent $375 million or whatever it is they spent last year. And that's kind of the nightmare scenario. Shannon mentions the New York teams, right? So what happens? What if the Yankees sign Pete Alonso? What if the Yankees want to pull Pete Alonso over from the Mets, which seems like a very Yankee-style move, right? And they give him the big money. And then the aforementioned Stephen Cohen decides, well, I have to have a first baseman. And maybe he doesn't want Bellinger because he's not really a first baseman. He's not that good. What does he do? What if he decides to throw, 5 years, $150 million at Josh Naylor? Okay, well, you're not going to match that. Right? I mean, like, and I'm making up numbers. I don't know what happens. This is obviously just a hypothetical exercise. But in that case, you lose your first baseman. There's not really a great fit elsewhere. I mean, as you said, there's Bellinger, there's Alonso, there's Naylor, and then there is a precipitous decline for anybody, a big drop after that. You don't really have anybody even coming up close in your system or even not close in your system. You'd lose your first baseman. You'd lose your edge guy. You'd lose a hitter that I think really changed this lineup at the end of this year. It'd be a blow to your clubhouse. It'd be a traumatic moment for your fan base. Like, you can kind of write an ugly scenario there. And here's the last part of it. And I don't know Josh Naylor personally, never talked to him, never met him, don't know him, just have heard about him from people that do. What if he just wants to go play in a big city? What if he wants to go play in the biggest market? What if he wants to be a New Yorker? It's not like unheard of. He's from Toronto area, Ontario. What if he just is done? Look at the organizations he's played for. Seattle, Cleveland, Arizona, San Diego, and he originally was in the Miami organization, didn't play for them at the big league level. What if he doesn't want to be with one of those smaller market teams? What if he wants to be in New York? What if he wanted to be in Toronto? They don't have a fit for him. Thankfully, that was like my sort of nightmare scenario. They don't really have a fit for him with Vlad playing first, and I don't see him going there to DH, and they have spring. Like, I don't see that as a likely fit, but New York could absolutely be a great fit for Josh Naylor, and that is sort of the nightmare scenario.
Yeah, and I think what I hear, and this is, again, just total speculation. This was not from anything from Shannon off the air or any of that. But I think what I hear from Shannon on the air yesterday is a reminder to me, a reminder to Lyle, a reminder to all the Whippets, a reminder to all the Mariner fans that what we see in the picture that we see for those 2.5 hours playing a baseball game, right, and even doing the BP or everything else around the team, that is a small part of the decision-making process when you also now have a family. When you also now, as she brought up, now you have a young child, right? Do you want to be around your family, around your wife's family? What about her life? What does she do? What is her pursuits? What is, like in a marriage there, like, and now you're a free agent and you've waited this time to kind of have the opportunity, as she said, to make this decision. Not any of us. What about those actual real life factors that go into it beyond just the game of baseball that drives all of our decision-making with these guys?
Yeah, you never want to be, Brock, in a position. You're right about all of that, looking at it from his perspective. I'm just focused on it from the Mariner perspective. And you never want to be in a have to. And there's no such thing. There's no such thing as an absolute have to. But I don't see another obvious way for the Mariners to maintain, let alone get better, at least maintain where they're at that doesn't involve re-signing Josh Naylor to play first base. I know there's other ways you can do it. I haven't thought of them all yet. I'm not being paid to do that. That's Jerry and Justin's job, and they've got to know if this goes the wrong way, here are some other things we could do. You know who the most, when you look at Josh Naylor, if you look at his stats at Baseball Reference, Lyle, maybe you've looked at them at some point. You know, at the bottom of the Baseball Reference page, it gives you the most similar batters. You know what I mean?
I've seen it on Savant, not Reference.
Reference has it also, and I don't know whether they're always accurate. I don't really know how they choose that. But for Naylor, they gave the most similar batter, and then they also give the list of the most similar guys through their age 27 season. And for Josh Naylor, it was the same person for both. And he's currently in the league and could, in theory, be had if you really wanted him. You'd have to go from a lefty to a righty. But you know who their most similar was? Ryan Mountcastle. Now, I like Josh Naylor better than Ryan Mountcastle. I think he's a more complete hitter, and I love the edge factor, and obviously there's the running that he brought and the smart play, and I think he's a better fit for the Mariners than Ryan Mountcastle is. But what if that was the direction you decided to go if and when you could? I mean, like, there are options. There are always other ways to try to skin that cat, but I really find it hard to see how the Mariners maintain without first signing Josh Naylor to start this offseason. So it does become a whole lot closer to a have to than any other that I can remember in a while.
Yeah, the other reality of this, again, just looking at the raw numbers of it, and baseball provides this for you more than any other game does, right? This isn't a PFF grade or anything. And you can have your quibbles about WAR, but at least it gives you a picture of the whole league, and everybody's under that same umbrella.
Yeah.
From a WAR standpoint, Salk, last year was his, and certainly his months in Seattle was far and away the best he ever played.
So are you saying did we get the best of him? Or
That's right.
Did
Those 54 games he played as a Mariner, 54 games, he had a 2.2 WAR.
Well, a lot of
that
those
would have been
a lot of those are the stolen bases too, though.
Salk, that would have been a WAR over 6. At any year before that, 1.5, 2.5, 1.8, 0.2 on the negative side before his career. I mean, what he did for you in literally 54 games, he played at a 6.6 WAR level.
Yeah, it's funny watching him. It didn't seem unsustainable, though. Maybe some of that WAR is I'm guessing because of the stolen bases. That might not be sustainable forever and ever, but I don't know. I didn't. What I watched did not feel like we were. I don't know. It didn't feel like it was just watching a guy get hot.
Well, to be fair, he stole 19 bases for you.
Right.
Let's see. In the 3-4 years as a Guardian, he stole 1, 6, 10, and 6.
Right.
23 total in those 4 years.
And stole 19 in 2 months. Right. I mean, so that is going to obviously help. I mean, he was on pace for nearly 60 stolen bases this year if you just look at what he did with the Mariners.
So that's the case you make to him. Josh, you played your best ball here.
Yep.
Like, I mean, you're fit here, and you know this market, your teammates, everything. But your eye, you love hitting here.
You don't think the Yankees are going to be able to make a similar like, hey, you know where you'd fit pretty well? Hitting the ball into that little dinky short porch in right field. I'm not trying to be the naysayer, the doomsday guy here, because we'll see. Like we don't know what's going to happen. I don't know enough about Josh Naylor, the person, to know what direction this goes. But I am a little concerned that if you don't sign him, Polanco at first does not get me excited. Bellinger does not get me excited. No one else in the system gets me excited. You know, I talked about Ryan Mountcastle. Maybe you could make some sort of a trade like that. I really don't want to see them go down the Rowdy Tellez type route again of those sort of, 4A first basemen that hang around the league. So that is a concern. Now, the other side of it, Brock, is this. Does his act wear thin? Is there a reason he's going to be that he's already on his 5th franchise, and if he were to sign somewhere else, would be number 6 before the age of 30? I don't know. I mean, like, again, we only saw him for 2 months. I love the edge, and everyone in Seattle seemed to really enjoy it. The rest of his teammates seem to like it. Does that wear thin over time if it's not going well? I don't know. I guess we've never really seen it to have a sense, other than just he's been with a lot of organizations in a short amount of time.
And to your point, baseball is so unpredictable that what you got for those 54 games was you got the very, very best. And as you age and as you get older and as you don't steal bases and everything else, is that the very best bang for the buck and the very best value that you can find?
Mm-hmm.
I do go back to what Paston said the other day, though. It feel kind of empty.
It would feel very empty.
I honestly spent some time last night thinking through some of this stuff that Shannon said. And again, she's an insider. She's around it all the time. She sees so much more of the picture than any of us do. And I'm trying to think in our time of a player where you were like in this have to, either a Seahawk or a Mariner or, a Sounder or Storm. Like, this is a have to. Like, you just have to, otherwise it will be empty. I guess Russell's first contract, it was like, well, this is a have to.
Yeah,
like
probably a have to. We talked about that with Marshawn. I remember talking about Michael Bennett as a have to. I mean, I feel like they got themselves into a have to with Jamal Adams after they traded for him, right? I mean, so it's happened.
But
Some
they
of
all
those
got it
deals
done.
have worked out
but all
better
those
than
deals,
others.
but all those deals they ended up getting done. And in football, you can franchise. You have a few more levers you can pull. But as far as a Mariner has gone, has there been somebody in the last 15 plus years you're like, well, you just have to resign this guy. Like, you can't let him walk and leave. I can't remember one. Lyle, is there somebody over the last 10 years or so as a Mariner that you were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they let that guy that you had in your building go? I have to have this guy back. He has to be a part of this thing. Text toy, you can always weigh in as well. 866-979-3776 is our whippet is sinking through that.
I can't think of anyone where I would have said that about. Maybe there is somebody, but I can't think of anybody. I mean, they've had guys they let go that they probably shouldn't have. Like, that's not to say they haven't made mistakes, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, Chris Taylor was a have to. Like, you have to have Chris Taylor. Like, I don't have anybody. No, I can't think of a time we've ever had this conversation about the Mariners of you kind of have to do this because there's no other really good option for how you get it done.
I can't think of anybody either.
Yeah.
Not like this.
If they hadn't signed Cal before the season, I'm sure we'd be having that kind of conversation about Cal Raleigh, but they did. If they hadn't signed Julio Rodriguez as a rookie, we might be having that kind of conversation about Julio, but they did.
Yep.
So, I mean, those are the only real other have-tos on this team. As much as I love all the pitching on it, I don't know that any one pitcher is a have to because they have so many other pitchers and so many other ways of doing it. JP is going to be a free agent after this next year. That's not a have to, right? I mean, if anything, we may talk about moving on before then and what that looks like. I don't think anyone right now is saying Gino Suarez is a have to at this
Kyle
stage
Seager
in his career.
Was a great player, but he was never a have to. You have to sign
This
Kyle Seager.
feels like we always have those conversations about not just how good you are, but also what else when you talk about most irreplaceable. Josh Naylor's pretty high on the most irreplaceable Mariner list when we go through that. Number one would be Cal. I don't know how you replace Cal Raleigh on this team. Number two,
Julio.
It's still probably Julio.
It's Julio.
It's Julio.
Mm-hmm.
Is Naylor third in terms of irreplaceable? Might be Munoz. That might be, you probably have a conversation about Andres Munoz, but you're not going to get behind more than 3 to 5 before you're going to mention Josh Naylor because I just watching what he did to the team and knowing how little else they. All right now, if you don't re-sign Josh Naylor, you know who your starting first baseman is next year? Luke Raley.
Internally, I was going to say their best option, if you get past the big league roster, might be trying to have Michael Arroyo learn first base.
That's a possibility.
Because he doesn't really grade out as a great defender at second or third, but they don't really have an internal option, is my point.
That's not a good option. I mean, that's not to say it couldn't work eventually, but I don't love the Arroyo idea. I don't love the Luke Raley idea. I don't love the Jorge Polanco idea. Ryan O'Hearn, I guess, is another one. I don't know that I love that idea. I mentioned Mountcastle. He's coming off a season in which he totaled a .1 WAR. I mean,
you traded Heather Lockleyer's son to Arizona.
That's true.
Not that he did much down there. He really struggled.
But he was the one guy in your organization that played first. So, I really do hope that there's a way for them to get this done, and I'm a lot more nervous about it today than I was before we talked to Shannon yesterday. All right, Maura, what did you come up with? I know you've been researching dog breeds all day. What have you come up with?
Okay.
You feel good about this?
We said yesterday that Maura, I said yesterday that Maura, if she, as the Soundhound, if she was a breed, she would be a Saluki.
And it's by all accounts, fact, the greatest call you've ever made on this show. I mean, that's a fact.
Somebody else said a borzoid. That's also a good call for Mora, if you know
I
what a
looked them up, and they
borzoid.
look pretty much the same.
Yeah, they're similar. A borzoid would be another one. They have sort of like odd haunches, so I didn't want to go there. I felt like that would be
Dogs
rude.
have really long faces.
Yeah.
But that's not the accurate.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So what do you got for us, Mora?
All right. Even though Lyle, I wasn't gonna look up cats, so I still picked a dog for you, Lyle. I went with a Scottish Terrier for Lyle. Difficult to train, like their own space, don't tolerate small children, and have their own ideas about how your household should run.
There is a lot of that. The only problem with Lyle as a Scotty is they're kind of shaggy.
Yeah.
Lyle's not very. The looks wise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, you guys are more into the looks. I was just kind of looking like description.
We're a little more surface.
I mean, he looks just like a whippet. In fact, the first image I saw, he looks exactly like a whippet.
His face, he's very, it's very whippet like.
I think you're looking at that one that has the big smile.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, for Brock, I'm going with a Vizsla.
Oh yes, that's 100% accurate.
It's,
what is that? How do you
Vizsla.
spell that? How do you spell that?
Affectionate, gentle, and people-oriented, often called Velcro dogs because they love to be close to their owner. High energy. They need a lot of physical exercise and mental stimulation.
I would say that Vizsla is the most energetic dog imaginable.
Yeah.
I've known people with Vizslas, they do not get tired, ever.
They need
you just
daily,
keep throwing a ball
vigorous
over
exercise
and
to stay
over.
happy and
Yeah.
healthy.
Yes.
That sounds like Brock. And then
Vigorous exercise.
also, because we often joke about Brock's white set eyes on the shark thing, it says they may go through a shark phase of nipping that requires supervision as puppies.
Yeah.
No, there's some wide space in there. I see that. Only
Vizsla's a good
challenge
one.
is, it's a hunting dog breed originally from Hungary.
Yeah.
You know, and the Hungarians and the Dutch, not a lot of love lost there.
Okay.
Not a lot of love lost. But I'm feeling that.
It's
I'll
a
buy
good one,
that.
Maura. I think there's a lot of accuracy there.
Okay, Salk is a Pekingese.
What? Pekingese?
Hang on. Was never meant to carry out an obedience drill or agility course. They have an air of self-importance that makes them believe you are their royal subject rather than vice versa,
Hey.
which can make training them quite the challenge. They're extremely intelligent, however, they're also independent and stubborn.
I mean, there's some accuracy there. I'm not going to deny it. I thought you were going to go with the Frenchie.
Also, it says their crowning glory is their profuse coat.
Look at that thing.
Oh, Pekingese. Yeah. No, they're funny looking animals. That's for sure. They are.
I told you I wasn't going off looks.
No,
you don't have a
they're-
smushed face.
They're an oddity. I appreciate it. All right. Well, Maura, great job. Remember when Howdy did all of the people as their dogs? Oh my God, it was so
It was
funny.
the best.
The
Ugh.
wassail was.
The wassail one is
was-
really funny. Do we have that? Oh my God, I bet
I've
it's in here
looked.
somewhere.
I-
You looked? You couldn't find it?
Because it was so good.
Oh, my
Wassels
God.
was good. And then for Stelton's dog, I think he did it was wearing like a schmedium affliction shirt.
Hi, I'm Penelope Wassel.
Oh, you found it.
I'm here to talk about Bark in the Park. Love Bark in the Park. Here are some of the things that I don't like. I don't like young people. I don't like people who tell me what to do. I don't like it when there's too much water in the water dish and you end up lapping it all over your paws. How hard is it to put the right amount of water in a dish? It takes like 2 seconds. Unbelievable. And by the way, just because I didn't win the Westminster Dog Show or star in the Great Outdoor Games, that doesn't mean I'm not qualified to give my opinion on things that I may or may not know anything about. Anyway, come say hi and buy me a beer. What, dogs aren't supposed to drink? What do you care? I'm Penelope Wassel.
That is one of my favorite Howdy bits of all time. I can see if I can find the rest. Are we going to do trash takes next? You guys want to do some trash takes? Let's do some trash takes. Maura's going to do the fantasy forecast at 9:45. So if you've got fantasy questions for Maura, you can text them to 866-979-3776, and the great Saluki will answer them. That's all coming up in our final hour of Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
For over 50 years, they've redefined rock. The spirit lives on. Jay Lee and Alex Lifeson celebrate 50 years of Rush 50-something tour, October 10th and October 12th. Climate Pledge Arena. Tickets on sale Friday at 12 p.m. at rush.com. Legends don't stop. They evolve. Rush.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Stacy here, and I have had a horrible experience selling and buying a car. That's real. So trust me when I say I know a good experience when I see and feel it. Selling that old car or getting a new one from a place you can trust does make a difference. And that's been my experience at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. These are real people I'm talking about here. Mark and Chris have been absolutely wonderful. I also met The Way himself. They all care about making sure you have a hassle-free, low-pressure experience. And they mean it, because you can sell your old car to Wayscar Ford, get paid for it that day, and then get a second check when they split the profit of selling that car with you. You can also explore a competitive selection for your new ride and upgrade like I did. I upgraded to a 2025 Bronco Sport, heated steering, all-wheel drive, leather interior. I'm obsessed. Wayscar Ford is family-owned and operated for 103 years in Auburn. Lifetime powertrain on all new Fords, never any pressure. If you change your mind within 5 days or 500 miles, take it back for a 100% refund. WayscarFord.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
Progressive has great customer service, and it's easy to reach us because great and easy is the way to be. Like salads. Great for you, and so easy you can put any group of veggies in a bowl and it's a salad. A full carrot with a head of cabbage? Weird, but still a salad. 1 radish and a couple of green beans? Also a salad. 14 blueberries, half an onion, and a sunchoke? Odd, yes, but an odd salad. So contact Progressive's customer service by phone, app, or online. It's great and easy, just like salad. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this This is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, I did find a couple of the other Bark in the Park ads. There was this one from Wendell, my dog.
Look, I love baseball. It's the perfect sport. But these other dogs, I mean, come on. Why can't the rest of these dogs stop trying to prove their dog card? You're a Doberman. I get it. You don't have to shove it in my face. Oh, what? You're a 200-pound Great Dane? Good for you. Why does that make you any better than me? Also, why do these dogs constantly run into each other? If you're a dog in a park, you should drink your own water, sit and watch the game, and leave your droppings in the designated area. I can't fathom why anyone would not operate exactly like that. There is only one way to be a dog at a park.
This is mean.
Seriously.
All right, that's enough, Howdy. That's just not right. And then we got Franklin, right? That was that's Bob's dog, right? Here's Franklin.
Frank.
Hey, everybody, Franklin here, Bob's dog. I'll be at Bark in the Park tonight, and if you're looking for me, I'll be the one wearing a hat Bob has owned since 1993 and a form-fitting Affliction t-shirt. I'm feeling pretty good about myself these days after Bob purchased me a new Sleep Train dog bed and has been mixing my food with Weider Prime protein. If you don't like me, don't be a cat and meow at me over the fence. If you've got a problem with me, come bark it to my face like a dog. Go on, I dare you to make the first bark. If you're a nice lady dog and want to get to know me more personally, I'd be happy to meet you for an afternoon get-together. Don't stress, it's just lunch. One thing's for sure, unlike Bob, I'll never ask you to get in the cage.
Those are pretty good. There's others as well. Maybe we'll get back to them at some point. But since we missed it yesterday, I thought we would have at least hear what you guys have for trash takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash. On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
All right, I guess we got to be quick with this, but a day late for trash takes. We usually do this Wednesdays at 9:45, but Shannon was in, kind of ran out of time. So, who is the reigning champion?
I am.
Brock.
And I'm not going to win. I just thought this was great sound.
All right.
And after winning so often lately, I'm like, well, maybe let Lyle, the whippet, win. You know. And Maura's dominant, so she's probably going to win. But I got some sound. Okay. This is a great Lane Kiffin. Okay. You know where Lane's at, the Lane train is, and he's in Oxford, Mississippi. And, just let other people say it about you, right? So, isn't that what one of your
I don't
MOs?
think Lane does that.
Just let other people say it about you. Go ahead, Lane.
It's on Brent Venables saying Oklahoma has a better team than Ole Miss.
Oh, kind of like Toronto.
Right?
And
well,
Seattle,
I just wanted to set it up.
Uh-huh.
That's a interesting take, but whatever he needs to say.
And also following up to road trips
Maybe
to Georgia.
Maybe they had the better team last year too when we beat them. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Following up on the road against Georgia.
Maybe you had the better team in Oklahoma when we beat them 55-19 in the national championship. Maybe you had the better team at Clemson when we beat them 45-40 in the national championship at Alabama. Next question. My bad.
I like the pettiness. I'm into it. I'm into the pettiness from Lane. That's not a trash take. That's just no one being petty. I'm into it. Yeah, I'm wearing a different Trash Master hat today. I'm wearing the old one. This is just the Trash Master baseball
Where's the bucket?
cap.
The bucket's only for Wednesdays.
Just for Wednesdays. Yeah, I didn't want to put it on today. All right, Lyle, what do you got?
Man, we haven't gotten to get to this in the last week or so, but I've been sitting on it. So,
like a fart.
Okay, I'm just gonna move on.
Thank you.
Ew. Where's the ew drop? I put it in there.
Ew.
So, oh, there it is. So, new friend of Seattle, Craig Carton's really at it again.
Oh, no.
After the Mariners lost in the ALCS.
Ew.
Yeah, exactly. Ew. So he had some things to say on the Mariners after they lost. Here, I can't even listen to this without laughing. Here we go.
Mariners are a joke.
It's a joke of a franchise. While it's a very pretty city right there on the water.
Oh, it's great.
They're a joke as far as people go. Their fandom is crazy to me. They're walking around town holding these, what are they called? Serpents? What are these things? Tridents? The three forked thing?
Yeah, the trident.
Like, imagine being a grown man walking around town holding a trident because you're going to see a baseball game for a franchise that's never made it to a World Series.
I mean, I want people to actually sit and think real hard about what he's saying. Like, just picture thousands of fans walking around Pike Place the day of a game, and they're saying to themselves, you know what? Let's go get some lunch. Let's go drop our 6-foot tridents off at the door so we can sit down.
Well, they have trident holders, to be fair. At most restaurants here, when you come in, right in the little lobby, they have a trident holder, so you can put your trident down before dinner.
I forgot. Just think about, like, thousands of fans walking around with tridents.
All right, Craig Carton, and then Maura, what do you got?
I don't know if this is a trash take, as it's more just a disgusting one. And I love Mark Schlereth, but he was on the podcast called You Better You Bet.
Okay.
And this was the conversation.
Should the people in flip-flops on airplanes, should they be executed?
Whoa.
Well, I don't know about that, but I always pee on the floor to make sure. I've seen people walk in in socks in the bathroom. I always pee on the floor to make sure if you walk in socks, you're getting urine on your feet.
Yet, I don't think you should walk in the bathroom in socks, but also, even if I'm in shoes, I don't want your pee on the floor, Mark Schlereth. Please don't do that.
Ew.
The whole conversation is insane. I know. Yeah.
Well, it started off with people getting executed.
Yeah, that was
so
a very
really,
strong question.
After that, it was. Well, this is harder than I thought it was going to be honest. Brock, you're out. I like Lane. I thought that was funny.
Yeah,
and you knew it.
I knew it.
Lyle, when you gave the Craig Carton sound, I was like, okay, well, that's an easy winner. I don't think Maura can top that. Like, that's going to win, right? Like, easy. Craig Carton, that's ridiculous. Mariners fans walking around and with their tridents.
With their 6-foot tridents.
With their 6-foot serpents. Yeah. He doesn't know what a serpent is. A serpent is a snake.
Right.
It's nothing like a trident.
I mean, Lyle should probably win just because he doesn't know what a trident is.
No.
Because Carton.
No, I'm giving Maura the win on this one. I'm sorry. That is the grossest thing I've heard in a while. You pee on the floor on purpose?
Ew.
That's disgusting.
Ew.
Yeah, no, Mark, don't do that. I love Mark Schlereth, but that is a trash take.
Ew.
Yeah, all right, there you go. Maura, you win again, as usual.
So just to
The
get
sound
back at
hound
the
does
one
it.
person wearing socks on the plane, we all have to suffer?
Yeah, that's just, plus it smells bad for everyone.
Yes.
That's just, come on, Mark.
Ew.
No, thank you. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then we'll do the fantasy forecast a little bit later as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Ew.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Seaport Airlines. If airport slowdowns and delays have you rethinking your trip, well, there's an easier way to fly. Seaport Airlines flies TSA free with service between Portland Business Aviation and Seattle's Boeing Field. No delays, no stress. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown, Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Here he comes in for going game 5 with a fastball that's hit in the air to deep left field. Call to the track. It's a home on the first pitch of game 5. Davis Schneider into George Springer's shoes and doing a great impression.
Yeah, it got worse from there for the Dodgers, better for the Blue Jays. That was the opening at bat, and then Vlad followed it up with a home run himself. And then that's when the Dodgers just seemed to completely fall apart at the seams. They had a single to right that Teoscar Hernandez played into a triple. It was 3 wild pitches that moved Addison Barger from first all the way around to score. That's crazy. A 4th wild pitch the next inning gifted the Jays, and I mean, just awful. And in the meantime, Trey Yesavage was nasty. It was a tough day for LA.
Yes, it was. And now Toronto gets to, they get to play the role that the Mariners were in themselves. Up 3-2, chance to close it out. The only difference is they get to do it back in Toronto. Haven't had the best record in baseball in the first half between these two teams, and can they go get it done?
Does it surprise
Can they find
you?
a way to solve Yamamoto that nobody's been able to solve with 2 complete games and back-to-back starts?
Does it surprise you that John Schneider has been able to get his team to play as clean as they do?
They've been a tremendous defensive team all year.
I know.
That was yet another enormous advantage between them and the Mariners over the course of the season. Just facts.
Yep.
Their run saved
Well,
and
for
every
sure.
metric they had. They were so much better than you defensively.
It is
Yeah,
surprising.
I'm not
to
a
me.
big. I'm not a big fan of that dude.
I know, doesn't it? It doesn't ring true that he will end up potentially being a World Series manager, but he's a game away, man.
But their star, right? I mean, their star. We talk about stars. Their star sets that tone.
Yeah.
Vladdy changed his body. Vladdy went about being so much more disciplined in every way. Vladdy is a great defender. Vladdy is an unbelievable clutch hitter and big moment player, and has put them on the
And
precipice
then how about
of
what
winning
they've gotten from
World
Bichette
Series.
here in the last couple of days? I mean, this guy hasn't played in a month, comes back out there with no rehab, no nothing, and is just, playing a position he's never played before, no problem. Fits right in and is playing some tremendous baseball for them. So, yeah, no, it sure feels anyway like it's heading that way.
Guess what,
but
Saul? Contact and defense to win.
I don't know if it's just that.
Facts.
I know the home runs seem to help a little bit too. We'll see what happens tonight. You're right. Yamamoto's been unbelievable. We could be watching a Game
Tomorrow night.
7.
Tomorrow night.
I'm sorry, tomorrow night. Then we could be watching a Game 7 on Friday, which would be pretty cool. On Saturday.
Here's the second thing.
Will you get your act together,
What
please?
day is it? Does anyone know what day it is?
If you're telling people they need to know things, then get it
What
right.
day is it? Just tell me
Game
that it
6 is
feels like
Friday. Game 7 would be Saturday.
It feels like today's Friday. Is today not Friday?
It does.
Why is today not Friday?
I don't know.
Who?
Because you were out Monday. You want a 3-day
That
work
should
week?
make it feel even like today is Wednesday. I don't know. When do the Seahawks play? Not till Sunday? That's ridiculous in its own right. Can we get a Seahawks game? I miss
Sunday
this
night.
team.
Sunday
I miss the
night.
Seahawks, Brock. I just want to see them again. And
When was the last time they played?
it feels like it's been months.
Is that Pittsburgh?
It feels like it's been forever. No wonder they're falling in the power rankings. They haven't played in so long. Nobody knows who they are. It does sound like they'll get Witherspoon back on Sunday, which is good. We may get Derek Hall back as well. Julian Love, though, that's not going to happen. He is not going to practice this week. Status is in jeopardy. Doesn't sound very positive, and we even heard IR mentioned yesterday as a possibility. That's too bad. He's like the perfect person to kind of get this team back, that defense to that next level, right? Just his smarts back there.
Just as complimentary with the rush on the front end, the coverage on the back end. Sure, I'd love to see Drake Thomas's evolution there with Ernest in the middle of it. And yeah, he'd be the ringleader, but Kobe stepped up in his absence. Ty Okada played his best game of his career versus the Texans on a Monday night. That was actually the last game. And now it will be different with Spoon back. What do you want to do? You want to play Spoon and Nickel? You want to slide E-Man Worry back to that spot and in Julian's spot? You want to keep E-Man Worry where he's is?
Let me tell you what I definitely want to do.
Spoon out there at corner.
I want to make sure Josh Job's still out on the field. I like that guy. I just like the way he plays. I don't want to see Josh Job lose a tremendous number of reps. Now, that doesn't mean he's not someone that you need to kind of find the right spots to take advantage of what he does well, and you don't want to overexpose him. But I hope this does not mean, a whole lot less Josh Job. I just like the way he plays and feel like he's such a perfect fit for what this team is trying to do. So, yeah, Sunday night they will take on Washington. No Terry McLaurin. Here's the plan for Jaden Daniels, according to Dan Quinn.
The plan is for him to practice full all week. And so today it'll be slow moving, but he'll stay after, do extra, more routes, receivers, tight ends, and back. So it'll be a little bit adjusted for him based on his readiness going in and also, not playing from Monday. But the plan is for him full all week.
And then the question is, is a compromised Jaden Daniels, if he can't run and move against this front, a better option for them to win than Mariota? And
I would say yes.
I mean, at 3-5, it is desperation time.
Yeah, you got to go with your guy. You got to go with Jaden Daniels, even if he can't give you everything he does. His accuracy, it's his team. You got to give him a chance to go out and do it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, so MVP award for the American League is November 7th. The
That
NL
would be a week
awards-
from Friday,
Yeah.
in case you're a day guy.
Is today
It's a week-
Friday?
It's a week from tomorrow.
We'll go back to that. It's today Friday. A week from today, we'll get the NL awards, and then the following day are the AL awards. But in the meantime, I don't know if it's a precursor or not. Cal does win the overall player of the year and AL outstanding player, and that was voted on by the other players in the Players' Choice Awards. Here was Paul Skeens.
This year, you can kind of take off the Florida catcher kind of thing. He's just having one of the best years of all time. It's an honor to share a field with players like him.
That's a really nice compliment. It's
That
an
is
honor
pretty
to
cool.
share a field with him. Here's Jacob deGrom.
I've had that experience with catchers who go out, and have a great scouting report on the same page the whole time, and it takes that leader mentality to do that.
And here is what Cal said in accepting the award via video.
It's been a very emotional season. I've been lucky enough, blessed enough to have great teammates, great coaches, great support staff, and then obviously great family and friends as well. And getting to share that with them has been extra special this year. Clinching a win in the division, the All-Star game, and the home run derby with my family, and just all the highs and lows that guys go through throughout the year. So it's been a crazy, quirky year, but lots of fun. I want to thank all the voters and all the players out there. Appreciate you guys. It's something I never thought would ever happen, and truly an honor to get recognized like that. And there's a lot of players that this could have won to, a lot of great players out there, so thank you very much.
A lot going on there in that video. But
Maybe that's a key to amplify energy and everything in the Cal Raleigh show next year. Shannon could just play that sound
That
music.
sound. It's almost like
behind every
Thanksgiving
answer.
sound, but not, or like
What
Halloween
was that?
sound rather, but it's not. I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know. I don't know what that was. That's
Speaking
everything
of
you
which,
need
are we
know.
going to play with every rejoin tomorrow? Are we going to replay the Monster Mash?
I hope we have the
Thriller?
Monster Mash tomorrow.
Okay.
It's Halloween.
True.
Lyle, we make sure the Monster Mash is ready for tomorrow.
You going to dress up like a Pekingese?
Wasn't
I
planning.
mean, we already went through last Halloween how your kids know the Monster Mash and Lyle doesn't.
I know.
I was going to say, whatever that is.
You
like, I
learned it
could look
last
for
year. You learned it a year ago. We played it a year ago.
Maura,
Think I
you going to
remember
dress?
something I learned a
don't.
year ago?
No, I don't.
Maura, you going to dress like a Saluki?
No.
That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour. 425 says, yes, the Saluki for Mora is by far Salk's best all-time take.
Ever.
The supermodel of dogs, elegant, intelligent, loyal. You nailed it.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, that's what I get paid to do.
Yep.
I get paid to give great takes just like that. And finally, after 17 years, Brock, I've delivered my first best. All right. You know who else gets paid to give takes? Sometimes accurate, sometimes not so much, is our good friend Colin Cowherd. And he just rolls right past him whether he's right or not. I got some sound from Colin and friends, and I don't think anyone's going to like it, but I think we'll deal with it next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Yeah, the weather's just been getting worse, colder. Daylight is shorter and shorter. It feels like now every day it's dark when you go to work, dark when you're getting home, dark, dark, dark. Well, those real external factors can impact your mindset, your health, your weight especially, but you don't have to let them. Instead, use this time to make that big final push. Finish the year strong with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They want to help. They helped me lose 35 pounds in a span of just about 8 weeks. That could be you by the time the next year gets going. You could be a whole new person by Thanksgiving. Use it as a little cheat meal, right? Celebrate your success and then finish the year strong. And here's what you can look forward to. Watching those pounds melt off as you feel and look healthier with more energy. You can lose up to 10 to 20% of your body weight in just 8 weeks. You can do it without any expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects, and then keep it off long term. You can start with just a 15-minute phone call. That's free. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. And guess what? They're having their biggest sale of the year, over $200 off, normal pricing through the end of December 31st. Again, go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This Breast Cancer Awareness Month, choose care that puts you first. At Snoqualmie Valley Health, you won't wait weeks for a mammogram. Appointments are available now, just 30 minutes east of Seattle. Experience the difference with advanced 3D mammography and our new Breast Health Suite, designed for accuracy, comfort, and peace of mind. If you're 40 and older, yearly screenings are recommended, and no referral is needed if you haven't had a mammogram in the past year. Don't wait. Detect early. Schedule today at snoqualmievalleyhealth.org.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season with over 66 6 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept. The deck is covered, and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What's Thanksgiving looking like for you? Or, God, that's twice I've said that. Halloween looking like for you tomorrow, Brock?
What is it looking like for me tomorrow? Good question.
Yeah.
Haven't thought about it. It's game day tonight.
Game
so
day.
I'm just
Game
so
day
focused
rolls.
on only today.
Sure.
So
Okay.
game day today. I do have a road trip. I'm going to see, is it Chris out there in Nebraska? He's going to feed me some of those pierogies or whatever they were called.
Those sounded really good.
It kind of does.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've got I got a van I'm
was Eric.
picking up. What was his name? Eric in Nebraska. Yep, I'll try to find you amidst the hundreds of thousands.
Well, if he's anything like our buddy Zane in Montana, he'll find you.
Zane found me.
Yeah,
Zane found
he'll find
me.
you. So you
Yes,
should be
he
just
did.
fine. You
Yes.
stick out like a sore thumb. All right. Colin Cowherd, Brock, is not usually, at the start of the year, he was really all in on the Seahawks.
Yes.
Something must have happened. He saw one thing, one moment, somebody told him something, because Colin has completely changed his tune, and now he's anti-Seahawks. Here he was this week.
The best 3 teams in the NFC. Not best. Who would you trust the most to get to the Super Bowl in the NFC right now?
Philadelphia.
What, are you forgetting Green Bay? Seattle?
No,
Rams?
no. Seattle makes way too many mistakes. They're too young, and they're just not buttoned up yet.
That was legitimately the fourth quarter of the Monday Night Football game. That was legitimately it. He was all in on the Seahawks until Sam sack fumble, Sam interception, dumb play calls, didn't finish that game out as clean as they should. That literally is.
You don't think that the Tampa loss had something to do with it also? Because there was some of that in the Tampa game as well.
It is what our coach said yesterday to a veteran player. I can't unsee that.
Right.
Do you understand? It's been 20 weeks of these plays. They're the same plays. And when you make that mistake, I can't unsee it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for Colin, every once in a while, when he sees something, he then can't unsee it.
But I look, as much as I want to kill him for this, I do think that there was, he's not entirely wrong about some of the sloppiness and the mistakes. I mean, they did not close that game out the way they should have. You go back to the Tampa game, it almost ended a possession earlier when Darnold had that pass tipped at the goal line that was nearly intercepted for a 0-yard pick six, which again, I don't know that I've ever seen before, but I think would have occurred. Like, they have had some sloppy moments, more than you would expect, given, how Mike McDonald seems to be very much the opposite of sloppy. So it is very surprising to me that they do have those sloppy moments.
Yes. If Mike McDonald were a dog breed, he'd be
I'll have to think through that. You got to give me a moment to try to figure that out. A German Shepherd. Very, very particular. Very particular, very by the book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Militaristic. Yeah. I'm going to go with a German Shepherd. Yeah. Or what are those other ones that are like German Shepherds? They're heroes often in war. I'll think of it. But yeah, it is a little surprising. And he's not the only one. Colin's not the only one kind of down on the Seahawks all of a sudden. This was a conversation with Dominique Foxworth, Bill Barnwell, and someone named Charlie Kravitz, talking about, I think it's quarterback tiers, or maybe it's even team tiers. They have the Seahawks in tier 5.
The thing with these quarterbacks is you don't want to have to be relying on them to single-handedly win you games, but some of them have more help than others. The Seahawks have Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's been the best receiver in football this year. The Colts have JT. The Broncos, it feels like you're relying more on Bo Nix to be the guy who is the focal point of the offense. That, to me, is the difference between. And who's the other team in this tier? Who's the fourth team?
The Steelers.
Okay, I'm not going to take this. What are we doing?
This was the tier Brock described as, when the clock strikes midnight, we're going to feel so dumb for believing in these quarterbacks.
Yikes.
Does that feel like the Seahawks? I don't feel like we're going to have a clock striking midnight. We're going to go, oh, man, I can't believe I bought into Sam Darnold.
This is where the narrative's going to go.
Maybe.
If Sam plays great, it's because now it's JSN. Oh, now it's JSN. Oh, JSN's just making it look good. Sam's not good. I mean, it's amazing how hard it is
They
to
were doing it to
bury.
Daniel Jones, too. Well, he has Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder for me to believe in Daniel Jones, and at least this is year 2 of Sam Darnold doing it. This is year 1 for Daniel Jones.
No, he took the Giants to a playoffs.
Yeah, but he wasn't that good.
Contract.
The Giants took him to the playoffs that year.
Yep.
He is doing much more with the Colts this year than I think he did with the Giants the year they went to the playoffs.
Oh, for sure.
Give him. I mean, I'm giving him a lot of credit, and I'm open-minded to the fact that maybe he's figured it out. But I mean, this is year 2 of this for Sam Darnold, right?
Correct.
That doesn't feel quite fair.
Yeah. That's a bit much, but again, it's really hard to rewrite these narratives once that's written about you and you're mistake prone and you're this and you're that, and the pumpkin, you could turn into a pumpkin late in the year just like you did a year ago. Like, you're just going to have to go and continue to prove it.
And I get it. Like, you do have to until you rewrite the narrative yourself, you do have to prove it.
I mean, it's taken a couple playoff runs by Baker, right? I would say even more than Geno. Like, he really rewrote. I mean, Geno didn't comeback player of the year.
Yeah, but he hasn't won a playoff game. Like, until you win a playoff game, it's going to be really hard to take him seriously. And in Sam's case, he's going to have to do it in late December into January in order to prove it this year. Like, I don't really have a problem with that. That doesn't mean he can't do those things. Doesn't mean he can't be successful along the way. But I don't think he needs to be crowned ahead of time. Quite frankly, I hope he isn't. I hope that there continue to be some level of doubters out there. I'll buy the Dominic Foxworth, Kravitz, Barnwell story a little bit more than I will the Cowherd one, just because, I don't know. Like, I don't think they're too young. I don't think they're not buttoned up enough. And I feel like saying those things in week 7 or 8, it's a little early for me. I do think they're a potential contender. That doesn't mean I'm putting them in the Super Bowl contender category 100% yet. But I don't know if I'm discounting them. That doesn't feel right
this one,
either.
DJ, you said to him about these power rankings and everything else, and he said that many times some of these national opinions are about the snapshots they get, the exposure that you get. Well, guess what you get this Sunday? Prime time.
Full exposure.
Full exposure. The whole country watching against a very desperate team that played in the NFC Championship game a season ago that will likely have their quarterback back and absolutely need this one if they want to smell the playoffs this year.
Well, and you probably have to do some real damage because I don't think anybody really believes in Washington right now. So you've got to not just, squeak by. You probably need to show them that you're a better team. And in many ways you are, but your buddy Dan Orlovsky came out with one area, Brock, in which Seattle could struggle with Washington.
Seattle's defense, to Fields' point, is elite in basically everything. They're top 8 in most categories that actually matter but one. The reason why I thought of this was calling that game a couple weeks ago against Houston. They played so great, and then Houston, out of urgency and desperation, has started having no-huddle offense. And they had a lot more success. The Seattle defense, as great as they are, it's not a defense that's very good versus teams that play no huddle. And unironically, the team that runs no huddle more than anybody in the NFL are the Washington Commanders. And so if there is something that you can point to from a Washington perspective, say, we got to do this, we can have success with this, this gives us a chance, it's their identity. It's their go-to. It's their no huddle offense. And so can they do that against Seattle with Jaden and no McLaurin potentially, all that stuff, and try to mitigate some of that pass rush?
Any concerns there?
No, I think that's an astute point, and I think for a couple of reasons, Seattle is really good in the non-tempo areas because Mike Macdonald tries to defeat that call, right? A lot of defensive coordinators, Salk, especially at the lower levels, the college level, into the NFL level, will just run their defense. This is, I don't really care what the offense does. I'm going to call my defense. I'm going to run my defense. Mike Macdonald is much more in the Gary Patterson mode when he was dominant for so many years at TCU, and that was, I'm going to take apart that play. I'm going to try to call a play. You'll hear Mike say this all the time. You heard him after the Tampa Bay game really take the onus and the blame and say, that's on me. I did not call a good game, because my job is to look at what they're doing in their personnel, in their tendencies, in their formations, in all of the information in their formation. And my job is then to get you a call that's going to defeat what I think is coming. Well, when you go no huddle, guess what you don't have time to do, right? You don't have time to do all of that tendency study and formation study and personnel study. They're going to be in minimal personnels and minimal formations, and they're going to do it fast, and you got to just go play your base stuff. Now, the counter to that is, geez, if you've got, this D-line that we really trust, and you'd love to sub them out, and that's, again, where no huddle negates some of that, tempo negates some of that, is you don't get to bring in all your reinforcements. But I kind of trust this front four to get after this offensive line for Washington.
It's a good excuse to get back to the conversation we had with Joel Klatt yesterday, Brock, and you and I have had it as well. And I think we see opposite sides of it, but not by a lot, which is the idea of trying to raise your floor versus increase your ceiling or the position that's already very good. And essentially, in practical terms, it comes down to, do you go after trying to find a right guard here at the trade deadline to help mitigate some of the problems Anthony Bradford has had, and especially help the running game that way? Or do you look to maybe go big and bring in someone like Max Crosby, for lack of as a holder for any player like that? And the one thing I will say, someone like Max Crosby, I would hope helps those situations where you don't get to plan specifically to defeat a play. You just have a great player on the edge who can come up with those sacks late in games that help you put away wins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you said to me, as I kind of talked about Skoronski yesterday, the more I've thought about this, and this is not any internal conversations I've had with the people at the Seahawks about this, but when you said to me about Skoronski, like, why would Tennessee give up one of their only good young players? I mean, they're woeful, they're terrible, and you know what they need to do? They need to have and develop young difference-making players. Why did, after John thought he had a deal done with Pete to send Gino TK for Max, why did Will Spytek, their GM, come in and go, are you crazy? We're not doing that. And if you're the Raiders, what?
Well,
We're going to give away our
it turns
one
out they were
great
able
player?
to get Geno Smith for just a third-round pick, because he had the value totally messed up on that, and they were still trying to compete this year. They're not going to win this year. As much as I know Pete wants to, and Pete will say compete every day, hopefully Mr. Spytek will also say to him, hey, buddy, we're not going to win this year. That's not going to happen. Your friend Gino was seen to that. So let's think about how we can start to really build this thing into something special. And Spytek may be thinking he's there longer than Pete Carroll is, and he needs to do something like that in order to protect against.
So have you seen enough? Have you seen enough from Sam Darnold? Have you seen enough from JSN? Have you seen enough from a very young roster, and it is a very young roster, to make that argument that we've heard in the past of, well, let's give away 2 first round. We're going to be drafting in the 20s anyway. What are 20 something, the value of some in the 20s? Are you willing to pair 2 first rounders for Max Crosby?
Is that what it takes?
Yeah, he's an elite player. And you're going to take on a massive
All right, well, then
amount of
let's go
money
back
from
to
him,
Trey
Salk.
Hendrickson.
Well, he's now got a hip, Salk.
All right.
Like Derek's got a hip. We got a hip issue.
Yeah, it might be a Cincinnati hip. It might be I don't want to be in Cincinnati anymore hip. I don't know. Do I want to give up 2 first-round picks? Probably not. And obviously that's going to play a big role in this conversation. But have I seen enough from this team to say they are worth investing in? Yes, and certainly if they win on Sunday and get to 6-2, at that point I would say very much so. Now, you lose on Sunday, fall to 5-3, and lose to a beat-up Washington team, you might need to reconsider that a little bit. And you can, because the trade deadline's not till Tuesday.
Right.
But yeah, you beat Washington. I would think at 6-2 with 2 games upcoming against the Rams. Yeah, you've shown yourself to be worth investing in. Sam has. The rest of the defense has. And I just, look, could you do both those things? Can you end up finding, maybe it's not Skoronski, but maybe it's one of those other older guards that could at least just come in and, just allow you to run plays without whoever's opposite the right guard just blowing them up every time?
That'd be Wyatt Teller or some of the other folks there, and then maybe a smaller addition. Yeah, I mean, who knows? But I think that's a good point. Not only is this a desperation game for the Commanders there at 3-5, this is one of those defining or, clear the picture or, further enhance some of the decisions that may follow it 48 hours later.
I would agree. All right, let's finish up today by giving Maura center stage as she answers your fantasy questions.
Saluki.
The great Saluki doing the fantasy forecast.
Fantasy football forecast with Maura Dooley.
Ew.
That's your new favorite thing. All right. You want to jump right in?
Yeah.
No, Mara. No. I just want to hear him play that ooh drop 15 more times.
All right.
I got to arrange that.
Do you think Gregory is listening to the show? Do you think Gregory's like, dude, I made it?
I hope so.
My ooh has been dropped 15
If he is,
times.
he needs to let us know which Salk conversation was,
was so
giving him
gross.
that thought, because
Could be any one
I
of
was
them.
confused as to what it was. All right, the 541 sent a lovely picture of the sunrise, looking gorgeous, and said, "Good morning, sunshine." Who are you starting, Daniel Jones versus Pittsburgh or Jaden Daniels versus the Hawks? I'm going with Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is returning from a hamstring, and he also had a foot injury, so he's a bit banged up. The last time I told someone to start him, he had just returned from that first injury and then left the game with his hamstring injury, so I don't trust his health. He doesn't have Terry McLaurin, his best wide receiver, and he's facing a pretty good Seahawks defense.
Don't we have sound in here of someone this week saying the Pittsburgh defense flat out stinks?
Yeah. Daniel Jones gets to go against a struggling Steelers defense that's giving up the second most fantasy points to quarterbacks. He's had at least 200 yards in every game this year, and he's had 2 or more touchdowns in his last 4.
Yeah, well,
So I definitely trust him.
that feels pretty easy.
Isn't it crazy that Pittsburgh's defense is that bad?
It is weird. It's not
Just
supposed to be.
historically,
Kinda
that's just
slowed
their
down,
thing.
right? I think Hayward. I think Watt.
Would they trade
got a
Watt?
I don't think so. No, in that AFC North, as bad as that division is with
Yeah.
Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel and Lamar hurt, and you can't
Yeah.
do that.
They do have some tougher games coming up, but unfortunately, you're running out of time before the trade deadline for them to realize that maybe they're
Pittsburgh?
not
Yeah.
that good. And yeah, they probably will walk away with that division.
Ugh. Gross.
Hey, Rod.
Aaron Rodgers in the freaking playoffs again. Maybe he'll quit on them the way he did on his Packers a few years ago.
I had one of my friends text me after the Monday night, when they play Sunday night. I think he has surpassed. I mean, Peyton had some bad body language, especially early in his career, a lot of whining.
Yep.
I don't think there's ever been
it's horrendous.
a QB with the worst body language. He just tears apart his teammates.
He's awful.
And coaches.
I thought Jay Cutler was pretty high up there.
He was, but his was very. He didn't really rip teammates. He just had.
He didn't care.
Yeah, he had Eric Bedard, like just
Smoking Jay Cutler.
Yes.
Those Smoking Jay Cutler memes were hilarious.
They were
pretty good.
All right, 360 wants to know for their final flex spot, Drake London, the Falcons wide receiver, Travis Etienne, the Jags running back, or Marvin Harrison Jr., Cardinals receiver. To me, this is between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Drake London. As long as Drake London and Michael Penix are both playing for Atlanta, I would roll with him. He has seen double-digit targets almost every week this season and produced on them. I would switch that choice if Kirk Cousins is starting for the Falcons. I don't believe in him. Kyler Murray is expected to return from a foot injury this week.
Then I would not go with Marvin Harrison.
Well,
if it was going to be Jacoby Brissett, maybe, but I wouldn't trust
well-
Kyler Murray to get him the ball.
They were starting to click. Marvin Harrison's numbers were worse with Brissett in the last couple of weeks. So
Yeah.
I don't know. The Cardinals are facing a Cowboys team giving up an average of 41 fantasy points per game to wide receivers.
There's that.
So I don't know who else you have, but honestly, I would feel comfortable starting both of them this week if you have anyone else that you might want to slide out of your lineup. But yeah, I'm going to go with London out of those 3. I've got a lot of people asking me if they should start Lamar Jackson or Drake May. Should I start Brock Purdy if available, Lamar Jackson or Daniel Jones? To me, if you drafted Lamar, you drafted him because he's Lamar Jackson.
Right.
You have to go with him. In my league, at least, he scored 29, 26, and then 26 again in the first 3 weeks of the season before he got injured in that Chiefs game. So even though the Ravens haven't been good, he was still producing.
What is his injury?
I think it's a hamstring.
Hamstring.
Yeah, lots of hamstrings.
It's a Salk injury.
One of the many similarities between me and Lamar.
The Texans are the #1 defense as far as giving up the fewest fantasy points to quarterbacks. But Lamar faced the #2 defense in the Bills week 1, and he had 209 yards, 2 touchdowns passing, and 70 yards and a touchdown rushing.
He's just good.
You know what's truly remarkable, Salk? Is
Yeah.
I've had just about every injury under the sun, right? By the way, you're not on Twitter very much. You haven't seen the Twitter beef between Ryan Leaf
I
and
have.
that, oh my
And the
gosh.
Pro Football Doc guy?
Dr. Chow?
Yeah.
Holy
Leaf's very
smokes.
upset about something. Just
Well,
on
he was-
principle, I tend to side with the doc.
Well, he was the doctor that prescribed Ryan his first pain pills.
Yeah. Well,
So
whatever.
yeah, there's a little history there.
Yeah.
But crazy with all of my injuries, all of them, and I pulled my calf even. I never did a hamstring, and yet you did.
Yeah.
I would not have imagined you know the caliber.
I didn't imagine it either.
the fine-tuned athlete that you are, that it would have been a hamstring.
I didn't imagine it either until it happened. Really hurt.
And it's still not 100%.
Still hurts. Yes.
Like if you tried to sprint right now.
Wouldn't do it.
No, there's fire. You had to sprint right now.
I'd be very
you probably
worried about
still
my
feel it,
hamstring.
right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's too bad.
Thanks.
Lyle, you ever
Thanks for
pull a
bringing that
hamstring?
up.
Lyle, you ever pull a hamstring?
I don't think so.
You'd know.
Then no.
Trust me. You'd know. It hurts a lot.
All right, but yeah, wrapping up the Lamar one, the Dolphins
Don't tase
defense
me, bro.
isn't that good, and tonight is a must-win for Baltimore. So I'm rolling with Lamar Jackson over all of those guys
Yeah.
that I got.
Oh,
asked
that's
about.
tonight?
Drake May,
Yeah.
Daniel Jones, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Who do the Ravens play tonight?
Miami.
Yep.
Cheapers. Yeah, I'm rolling Lamar on that one too.
All right, how about this one?
about
360 says Sam Darnold or Jordan Love. I was going back and forth on this one. They both have
Who the Packers playing?
fantasy-wise kind of up and down. They're playing the Panthers. The Commanders are actually worse as far as fantasy points given up to quarterbacks. They are in the bottom 4. The Panthers are kind of in the middle. Both quarterbacks have kind of been up and down fantasy-wise. You know, they can have bigger games. I think I'm leaning towards Darnold. Jordan Love does have some, I guess Darnold's had his moments too. Jordan Love does have some turnover issues.
Mm-hmm. Should be a good matchup. We'll get into it a little bit more tomorrow, and G will join us as well. This should be a good matchup in the middle of the field for the Seahawks. Samerstill is a good player. He's a good nickel.
I love
but
that guy.
you should be able, with as much damage as they do with Cooper and with JSN and the tight ends, there should be some opportunities to feast on these safeties and linebackers.
All right. Well, it is. I keep thinking today is Friday. I keep wanting to end the show and be like, all right, have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you on Monday, but we're still another day away.
You have to come to work tomorrow.
There's a whole. I do. There's a whole atmospheric river.
You had Monday off.
I know.
When does the atmospheric river hit? The old Pineapple Express.
Well, maybe tomorrow, I think. Like right in time for
really?
the kids to trick or treat.
Lyle just
But it's
learned
not
that
a
term
bomb
today.
cyclone.
No.
It's not a bomb cyclone.
Not a bomb cyclone. It's certainly not, Hurricane Melissa.
Oh, it's
My
a river for trick or treating. Just
Yeah.
perfect. Oh, that's
Hey, you know
great.
what's perfect about that though, Brock? I don't have to trick or treat anymore. The kids are
No,
old
the
enough
kids
that
are done?
I don't have, well, no, they can go, but I don't have to be a part of it. I can stay home. Avery's off, with her friends. Cecily's off with her friends, and I'm just at home. So it can rain all at once. I won't be affected by it.
Good.
Which is great. That's really what matters. All right, let's get out of here for the day. Was it a good day?
It was an all over the map day. All over the board day.
I don't know if
But
it was our
anytime you
best.
play Penelope Wassel,
It's true.
it's a pretty good day.
We should be playing more Penelope Wassel, I think.
Or Wendell Salk. That's
Oh.
a pretty good day.
I miss Wendell.
R.I.P.
I miss Wendell.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh, and that guy, too.
That guy, too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Bump and Stacy will be coming in
Try to top
next.
that. Try to
I think they have the huddle today, which should be pretty fun. I think, did I see Byron Murphy going to be on the show?
Ew.
Yeah. All right. Well, that should be nice. And we'll be back tomorrow morning. We will have G for sure.
Ew.
Give him one of those as well. And you know where the hay is, Brock?
Yes, I know where it is.
Where?
Ew. The night
Where is
before
it?
Halloween barn.
Where is it?
The night before
Yeah.
Halloween barn.
Sounds good. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! For Down Territory, Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What have the first 7 games of the season shown you about the Seahawks?
They're low-key deep. I mean, you got Ty Okada out
What
there
a
making
pass
plays.
breakup.
You have Drake Thomas starting now. You got Josh Jobe, who was third in tackles yesterday. Nick Imawari, who's finding himself. Because guys have been hurt, guys have been able to play.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541.
That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Looking for a high school that nurtures both the mind and spirit? Archbishop Murphy High School is where academic excellence meets faith-based education. With a 100% graduation rate and a college prep program designed to challenge and inspire, our students are prepared for whatever the future holds. But it's more than just academics. Archbishop Murphy's robust athletics, arts, and co-curricular activities ensure that every student finds their passion and thrives. Archbishop Murphy High School believes in educating the whole person. That's why we offer a vibrant campus life where students grow not only academically, but also spiritually, socially, and physically. Don't just take our word for it. See it for yourself. Schedule a visit and discover how Archbishop Murphy High School can help your students succeed. Visit am-hs.org. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy proudly supports Archbishop Murphy High School, where your story begins. am-hs.org.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
The Blue Jays took a 3-2 series lead in Game 5 last night with a 6-1 win over the Dodgers. Trey Yesavage struck out 12 while allowing just 3 hits, setting a new record for strikeouts by a rookie in a World Series game. Game 6 scheduled for tomorrow at Rogers Center. Lamar Jackson returns for the Ravens tonight for a Thursday night football matchup against the Miami Dolphins. The Ravens are desperate for a win after a 2-win start to the season, and they're favored to get it against a 2-6 Dolphins squad.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
You know, we spent a lot of yesterday, and we'll spend quite a bit of the huddle today from noon to 2. Dave Wyman's going to join us, and it's going to become basically a 2-hour preview show for Week 9. But I wanted to look beyond just next week because, Bump, you were looking at this upcoming 3-game stretch for the Seahawks. And you said, you know what, this is going to be fun, but also